resources coming together to ensure the safety of everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. That concludes our remarks. Unless you have questions, I think we'd have an 8 o'clock update as well. It'll be at the Emergency Center or perhaps even in Acres Home. We're working out the logistics as we talk. Yes, sir.
Rick Meyer, can you speak to the fact that you're constantly monitoring things and making adjustments? For instance, opening the warming centers 5 hours earlier than you first anticipated. And some of us got up this morning and said, oh, I didn't think it was going to be sleeting this early, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously this great team is monitoring things by the minute. And we're responding to conditions, we're responding to public needs, and we're going to continue to show that flexibility and that proactive planning. So, like I said, we want Houstonians to know we work for them, we're on the job so they can feel comfortable that we're doing everything possible. And we will, I'd urge them to stay in touch through the media. We're doing the best we can to communicate by the minute the circumstances. It's going to get worse as the day rolls. The conditions are wetter than we had anticipated, the forecast, but we're responding in time-sensitive ways to be responsive.
I'm not sure who may be able to answer this question, but a lot of people might show up to a warming center expecting it to look more like it's a shelter. Who wants to address what this is going to be and what's available?
Mr. Williams, our Health Department Director, can respond.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. This is not a shelter. It is a warming center. The purpose of this is really to get folks out of harm's way. As you can see the setup, it's comfortable, it's warming here, but it is not our intentions to really set up a shelter. That is more for long-term use.
And this question might be answered by you as well. Could you just reiterate for the people who need to come to a warming center but don't have their own transportation what they should do?
Who has the number?
Answer that.
311.
Actually, if a person is in their home and they need to come to a warming center, they should dial 311 and we will provide transportation. We really want to reiterate that because I know a lot of seniors are in their homes and oftentimes are really shy about or really hesitant to leave their home environment. But we want to encourage you to really make use of these warming centers. Our health department staff, our park staff, and other city staff really are staffing these centers. And this is not our first rodeo. Last Christmas, we were actually working. And so, therefore, we're used to this. We encourage people to come in because we really don't want any fatalities with this.
Anything else? If not, yes, sir.
There's several suburban school districts that have canceled classes tomorrow. HISD hasn't arrived at a position on that yet. Do you have any position one way or the other if you think school should be open?
I think you should be safe instead of sorry. I would do everything possible, as we are in the city, to minimize the risk. Obviously, I do not, nor the city runs HISD. I've communicated our plans to Superintendent Miles. He mentioned that it would be 5 o'clock before he makes his decision. I hope he makes the right decision.
Mayor, today was a holiday and the roads do seem more empty than normal. Is there any worry that tomorrow people will still try to come to work?
Sure, that's why we're having this conference right now. We're concerned about people's safety today, tomorrow, every day. So we're doing everything we can to communicate. Stay at home, off the roads. We have said city employees, if they're non-essential, stay at home. We're showing by example our concern, and we're doing the very best we can. I feel very confident that the city workers, directors, departments are in place. And in fact, I would end this by saying, let's go to work. Okay? Thank y'all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mayor, the fire chief, the police chief, the director of public works, all uniting, saying that they are working to protect the city of Houston. They also said that they are working in conjunction with the county to make sure that there's enough warming centers open. They're encouraging everybody to dial 311 if you have an emergency, even if you're maybe a senior citizen who doesn't drive and something happens to your heater. They're encouraging you to call 311. They said that they can actually drive you to a warming center. They also said, remember to take advantage of those warming centers. They all have police officers that will be there. They're safe. It'll get you out of the cold. So make sure you take advantage of those resources. They're also saying, please, if you're not an essential worker, stay off the roads. This mixture that we saw coming into work today, coming down, can get really dangerous when it hits the roads. They're also reminding you about those overpasses and those bridges. If you are on the roads, those get really icy really quick. They freeze fast because all that wind goes underneath them. So please take it slow if you're on those types of roads, which there's so many in Houston. So just be careful, avoid being out on the road. And we also heard from the mayor that HISD's superintendent said that he won't have a decision on if there will be classes tomorrow until 5 p.m. So we will stay tuned for that. But a lot of good information there. They also said that they plan on doing another update at 8 p.m. tonight. So we will bring that to you live here as well.
All right, let's get a look at the forecast here. Things are developing throughout the day from morning, midday, and then especially heading into the evening. So we have Ramisha and JD checking in for us now. Let's go to Ramisha first.
All right, well, winter weather has certainly returned with a vengeance. We've been warning you about this for the last several days, and yes, it is here. This Arctic front blasted through yesterday, and we are dealing with sub-freezing temperatures across just about the entire area, and of course, that combined with the precipitation means a mess out there on many of the roads. So we've had numerous reports of light icing out there, numerous wrecks, so it is certainly not a situation that you want to be out there in if you have the day off. It is a holiday, of course, MLK Day. If you have the day off, try to stay at home, stay warm, and stay safe because it is super cold. It's going to be breezy at times, but more importantly, some of these roads are icy. In fact, we're getting a live view right now from Southwest Freeway. This is just outside of our Fox 26 studios, and we definitely have a major slowdown on one side of the highway, so there could be a wreck here. So this is certainly something that we will be monitoring closely, and we are going to continue to watch this because we still have that light freezing drizzle, that light mist coming down out there. If we can switch over to Links 1, I'm going to talk about what you can expect for the rest of today into tonight. We are going to be dealing with that potential for more of this light freezing drizzle and light mist. If we can head over to Links 1. We are going to basically likely remain near or below freezing for the rest of today into tonight. Currently, we're at 29 degrees. We've got wind out of the north-northwest around 11 miles per hour, and that means we are below freezing. So that's why we're having all of the issues with the ice. So once again, if we can switch over our monitor to Links 1, and I can go ahead and show you those temperatures, and we can talk about what is happening on the radar. We currently do still have reports out there of that light freezing drizzle across the Houston area and also that light freezing mist. We've been dealing with this for much of the afternoon. It was actually around for this morning as well, and it will continue to be an issue as we go throughout the rest of the day. We have most of the area under that winter weather advisory, and that actually sticks around through 6 p.m. So in the control room, if we can get Links 1 up, there you have it. Well, now we've switched back to Max 3, but if we can get Links 1 back up on the monitor, then I can show you those temperatures. There you are, 29 degrees right now in the Houston area, and we got that wind coming in out of the north-northwest around 11 miles per hour. So we are sub-freezing, and you can see that icon there, that graphic showing that wintry mix coming down. And this is why we've got temperatures out there widespread in the 20s. Check this out, 25 degrees for you in Conroe, 27 out at Bush Airport, where we've had some delays, some pretty major delays due to that ice, the sub-freezing temperatures, 29 degrees down around Pearland, 26 for you in Sugarland. Just above freezing in Galveston, but not by much, 33 degrees there, and 25 in Bay City, 29 degrees for you in Angleton. All right, let's talk about the radar, because we still got that light wintry mix showing up on our FoxRad radar. It's not as widespread, but you can see the majority of that wintry mix indicated by the pink there, now in the eastern half of the area. But still, we're getting reports of some light freezing drizzle, light mist across the Houston area, but slightly heavier precip coming down in the form of sleet and a little bit of freezing rain over towards League City and up close to Liberty. So this area on the map, that you see is that winter weather advisory. It is still set to end around 6 p.m. today. Of course, that does include Houston and just about all of the area, but we are going to have the potential for maybe that to get extended a little bit. It looks like most of this precip should be out of here by this evening and early tonight, but some of it could linger. So there's a small chance that could get extended. But as of now, the winter weather advisory for that light icing should come to an end around 6 p.m. That means until then, you need to be extremely careful. Even after that, with these temperatures remaining likely below freezing all evening and all night long, there will still be some lingering areas of ice out there, especially on the elevated roads, the bridges, the overpasses, and even the non-elevated roads. Some parking lots, sidewalks are starting to ice over. So you will need to be extra cautious out there because it is going to be extremely dangerous, but especially on those elevated roads. All right, on this graphic, I have our storm reports turned on, and you can see that we have numerous reports of ice. You can see that icy icon all over the area, numerous reports of ice in and around the Houston area, over towards Katy, Brookshire, Cypress, and up into the Woodlands, Willis, Huntsville, and over into Livingston and Liberty. So several reports of ice out there. We've had ice being reported on some people's vehicles, on trees, but more importantly on a lot of those bridges and overpasses, especially to the north and northwest of Houston. That has been the worst of it. So if you are in Brookshire, in Katy, in the Woodlands, in Willis, and even down into Houston, you certainly need to be very careful because we still have that potential for a little additional ice. Official advisory calls for up to 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation, and that is exactly what we've been seeing. All right, let's get a closer look at where we do have this wintry precip. Like I said, if you're in the western half of the area, it is starting to kind of taper off, wind down over towards Sealy, Eagle Lake, and even around Katy. But Houston, still a little bit of mist or freezing drizzle going on, and we do have some more widespread light freezing rain and some sleet showing up around Alvin and Seabrook. So a closer look will show you over towards Cove, Baytown, LaPorte, Seabrook, League City, and even into Anahuac. Still getting that light wintry mix showing up on our radar. Not a ton for the Houston area, but just a little bit of light precip showing up here. So I still can't rule out a little bit of freezing drizzle over Houston, so you still need to be extra careful. Like I said, it's a holiday. If you don't have to be out there, just try to stay inside. Enjoy that heat, stay safe. You don't want to get out there and get into an accident and get injured or worse. So the best thing to do is to try to stay off of these roads until we start to see some improvements. All right, over towards Winnie, Taylor Landing, over into the Anahuac area, as I mentioned, still a little bit of freezing precip showing up. And in and around Liberty, some of that light freezing drizzle indicated by that pink on the radar still popping up on the map. Over into Houston, down into Bel Air, Sugarland, maybe a little bit of drizzle still out there, but nothing extremely heavy at this point. It looks like it should start to clear up over the next few hours, as generally this is drifting on off to the east. So we are tracking that wintry precip closely, but it looks like it will be at least starting to move out as we go into this evening. But I do want to show you this map. We've got a huge winter storm out there. We've got winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings spanning 2,000 miles, stretching from south and southeastern Texas all the way through the Tennessee Valley and up into the northeast, impacting New York City. So this is a huge storm with widespread impacts affecting millions of people, and it looks like this system will hang around. The worst of the wintry mix sticking around through early tonight. That should taper off, and then we're going to have to deal with some super chilly temperatures across the area. So we've got that mix out there, that sleet, that snow, but we've got the potential rather for some record cold as we go into tonight and tomorrow. So for that reason, we do have a hard freeze warning in place. This is going to be until Wednesday morning around 9 a.m., where we will likely have many of you falling into the teens overnight. And we've got a wind chill advisory. We've got wind gusts that could be anywhere from 25 to 30 miles per hour overnight and tomorrow. And that will mean wind chill advisories will likely be near zero for some spots across southeast Texas. So a lot to deal with, a lot to talk about. Hard to believe 1 week ago, I was on air tracking the potential for tornadoes. We had tornado warnings. So now we've gone from one end of the spectrum to the other, from spring-like weather to winter weather. But you certainly need to be prepared, keep it here, and make sure that you are keeping up with what is happening. Of course, you can keep track of everything as well on our app for your smart TV, Fox Local, and we will have plenty of updates and coverage for you as we get you through this winter weather. For more on what's going to happen as we go into the future over the next few days and a few more explainers for you, here's Fox 26 meteorologist John Dawson.
Thanks, Ramisha. Yeah, we're just sort of going to dive into a few things. We've been talking about this Arctic air for a while, and yes, it's here. Yes, it's making its impacts. We've got that freezing rain or freezing drizzle. It's almost, a freezing mist that's out there. That's putting some slight glaze, some accumulation on our roadways. That's what's making it dangerous, especially on those elevated surfaces. So we're using extreme caution, and we're not getting out if we can help it. We're going to see that wind chill advisory for tonight, and then that hard freeze warning is for 2 more nights. So we'll kind of go through some of that as we go. I'm going to go through these 4 Ps again here pretty quickly. I'm hoping by this point you've already thought about your people, your pets, your plants, and your pipes. If you're people, again, make sure that you're getting those taken care of. The pipes, it's not too late because, again, we're already below freezing, but as the further it drops, the more of an impact it can have on that infrastructure. So you can still help those pipes if you need to. Your plants, that's a little bit of a harder trick at this point. If your plants haven't already been moved inside, I guess you could do that, but getting them covered is going to be a little bit difficult with what's going on. And again, make sure you're taking care of those pets. So let's really focus on these temperatures because that's the problem. We've already topped out at a high temperature in the lower 30s today. That was a little after midnight. Now we're in the 20s. We've been in the 20s for much of the day. We've got 21 right now out in the Navasota area. We shift over to the east for a little bit into Liberty. We're also looking at Dayton at 27 degrees. Crosby's at 29 degrees. And then we move down to the southwest now. We've got a little bit of that precipitation still showing up on the radar. Rosenberg at 26 degrees, and then we slide over to the southeast. A little warmer in the 30s, but still below freezing. So that's still going to be, it takes a little longer with 31 degrees to get that precipitation to freeze on a roadway, but it certainly can happen, especially on the elevated roadways. And as I said, so many of us in the 20s, that even makes a bigger difference. So for ourselves, our bodies, as we're outside, we use the wind chill for how we react to these kind of temperatures, and you throw the wind in as well. We've got a feels-like temperature of 7 degrees, single digits, up in Walker County and Huntsville. The rest of us in the teens, except for Galveston, who has a feels-like temperature right now of 21. So this is a little bit optimistic, but we're sure we're headed this direction. It's just the timing might be off just a little bit. This might take a little bit longer than 4 p.m. to really get this stuff moved out, this frozen precipitation, but that's the direction that we're headed. For sure by 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, I think we're headed that direction. These skies will continue to try and clear as we move through the overnight hours, and that's what helps really lead those clear skies to a very cold morning when we get into tomorrow morning. The good news is for tomorrow, we are expecting to bounce up above freezing. That will make a huge difference in a positive way for any of that water that's on our roadways with some sunshine, some temperatures above 32. We'll be in the 30s still, so very cold, but at least our transportation gets improvements for tomorrow. But between now and tomorrow afternoon, we're not looking for a whole lot of improvement. So that's why we're seeing some school districts begin to cancel some classes, especially those that are seeing some of that ice already on the roads that are near them. And then we'll continue to expect that hard freeze again once we get into Wednesday morning. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let some other folks take over here. We'll be coming back here, of course, keeping you updated on what's happening weather-wise, but let's go ahead and get back to Caroline and Anthony at the desk.
Great. JD, thanks for keeping us updated. Well, meanwhile, the Star of Hope's Men's Development Center is offering free shelter and items to keep those less fortunate warm through tomorrow.
And the organization is also asking for donations. We're talking things like coats, hats, gloves, but even financial assistance as well to help meet the demand. Joining us now on the phone is Scott Arthur, the Director of Public Relations for Star of Hope. Scott, thank you so much for joining us here at this hour. But first and foremost, I want to say thank you to you, your organization, all the volunteers doing the work here, because this is something we certainly need at this hour. Let's talk about the capacity. What have you seen from this morning to here at 3:35 in the afternoon in terms of how people are really responding, because they are in need of this shelter?
Well, since this morning when we spoke, we are now at capacity. So we have about 300 beds full at this point. And at this moment, what we're doing is if anybody is still coming in, we make sure that they get a couple of blankets, 2, 3, 4 blankets if they need it. They get a slip of paper telling them where the warming centers are, and they're now open. And we're just hoping that, they can get out there, get into a warming center, get to a situation where they can be okay, because this is life-threatening cold.
Scott, is there anything that you need from volunteers or people in the community at this time to help make sure everyone stays safe?
Starting tomorrow, we would love to get some donations because, we give out a lot of blankets. We've given out hundreds of blankets already. And I explain to people that it's not just 1 or 2 blankets that we give these people on a regular basis, because they may take 2 blankets and just use it maybe as a mattress. And they'll take 2 or 3 more and, wrap them around themselves. And then if we have this precipitation continue, they've got a soiled blanket, so they throw that away. So we always need blankets. We also need coats and gloves and scarves and caps. And starting tomorrow, people can go to sohmission.org and find out exactly where and how to donate those items.
Yeah, and if someone doesn't want to leave the house, they can make a monetary donation online, right?
That's right. It's always the right shape and size and color.
That's right. So now, really quickly here, before today happened, and we knew this forecast was coming, our meteorologists have been given the warning now for a couple of days, but talk about how do you guys plan ahead for a situation like this, making sure all of those who are unhoused know what's coming their way, so that way you can make sure and get the word out to them in times like this?
What we did was we went ahead and put up flyers saying that on Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, we were going to be giving out blankets and things like that. But we also did have some vacancies in our schedule, in our facility. So we let them know that ahead of time, and we had volunteers and we had staff members there waiting to bring in the people who were starting to come in and fill up our facility, and also stock us up with blankets and with coats.
Scott, we are talking about the men's shelter here. So whenever you're saying you need coats and hats and gloves, is it specifically just for men, or what do people need to buy and bring if they can?
Well, specifically for the men right now, but we have 2 facilities. We have another facility at 288 and Reed Road that holds 180 single women and 130 families. So certainly we need all sorts of clothing for them as well. But most specifically, we need right now is men's coats, large coats for sure, and hats and scarves and gloves.
And now, I imagine you mentioned earlier you guys work closely with the city as well, and you are at capacity here now, redirecting some folks to some warming shelters and centers, I should say, warming centers. When you're redirecting these people and they're heading in that direction, has there been conversation? What happens if those warming shelters reach capacity? Because these type of temperatures are going to stick around here at least until Wednesday.
Well, there is at least a dozen warming centers that I know of, and if someone can't get to one, they are telling us to have somebody call 311, and they will get transportation to a warming center that is open.
And can you just go over again where the men's shelter is and how you can access that?
Absolutely. We are at 1811 Ruiz, which is about 2 blocks north of Minute Maid Park. And although we are at capacity, we still have staff standing by. And if somebody wants to come in and get 2, 3, or 4 blankets and then directions to a warming center, we are open for them.
And lastly here, how can people donate? Because I love the work that you're doing, but you guys have such a need right now. How can the community respond and help you guys out?
Well, they do it anyway. This is an amazing city. They respond beautifully, and they are very, very generous. So if they can understand that, in general, homelessness is not seasonal, but in this particular time, we really need the help. specifically, and continue to support us, not only tonight, but 24/7. And let them know that, certainly financially, we need the help. They can go to sohmission.org, but also find out on a daily basis what we need and provide that if they can.
Yeah, I'm on your Facebook page right now and on the website, and all you do is you click a link and you can literally donate right from your phone. It's so easy. They're in need right now. So thank you guys for putting that out there and allowing people from their homes who are staying off the road to help others who are out in the community, which you guys are doing right now.
And thank you so much. You guys really help us out.
Scott, thank you so much. And all those volunteers that we don't see, we don't know their names, those volunteers, but it really takes a team effort for this to be successful.
For sure. Well, we are covering a lot, including some traffic problems that we have seen on the northwest side.
Yeah, we had an 18-wheeler that overturned on 249 near the Beltway. Let's go live now to Jade Fleury, who's been following the details on this. Jade, bring us up to date on what's happening out there right now. All right, we're going to give Jade a couple of seconds here. We seem to be having some technical issues, can't get her audio. But again, we had that 18-wheeler that overturned here in 249 earlier today. And this is a good reminder as we give Jade some time to get back here. When we were, okay, all right, let's go back to Jade here with some more details on that 18-wheeler. Jade?
Yeah, so as we were saying earlier, we've been monitoring the roadways all morning and through the afternoon. That 18-wheeler overturning incident that just cleared up, and I'm going to flip the camera around so you guys can see the aftermath. Traffic has basically been backed up, and 249, we're at 249 and the Beltway 8 where it was closed off for a while. Cars were forced off the interstate while that semi-truck was turned over. We even saw some cars going the opposite way of the exits, trying to get off the roadway because they had been blocked off and stopped for so long. And this is just kind of the aftermath. There's a lot of traffic. It's been backed up for about an hour now. The truck turning over was actually up on top of the freeway over there. Again, that has since been cleared, but these are all the cars that are currently trying to pass through the area. Again, we will keep you guys, and we will continue to monitor the roadways in North Houston.
Thank you so much for that update. And I want to make it clear here, this is a separate 18-wheeler that overturned here earlier this morning. We were watching Melissa and Delon during their coverage, and we had another 18-wheeler turnover on I-10 that lasted for hours. And you see, whether you're driving an 18-wheeler or a sedan, those conditions can be dangerous.
Yeah, and what Anthony was, I think what you were about to say before we tossed out to Jade, is that the roads, especially on the overpasses or bridges, for people who've never experienced cold weather like we're having now, those areas will freeze first because the air is just whipping right under them, and that surface gets really cold. So if you are out, or if you do have to be on the roads, you need to take it slow when you're on an overpass or you're on a bridge. That's typically where we can see a lot of crashes happen, or if you see cars kind of lose control, it's because that surface will freeze first. And I know they're treating the roads, but again, you saw in that live shot, there's moisture on the cars. That means that any treatment on the roads can be getting washed away, so just please be careful. But we do have the winter weather across the country, and it has slowed down the air travel. Actually, someone who's staying with me right now, their flight got canceled until Wednesday. So Bush Airport has had hundreds of delays today.
And the implications that you see happen here will have other issues here throughout the country as well. We're not the only ones getting this bad weather. And a ground stop has been extended now until 5 p.m. So let's check in with our Natalie He, who's joined us with the details on what's happening there outside in terms of aviation.
Yeah, Anthony and Caroline, here at Bush Airport, we're talking long lines and a lot of frustrated travelers. Look at this right here. The number of people just waiting in line to talk to a gate agent, trying to figure out where they're going to go, when they're going to be able to leave. Some of them are not from here. We do have one traveler who is stuck here overnight. His name is Jeff Braun. We've been chatting with him here for quite some time. Jeff, how are you feeling right now? It's been a few hours, I understand.
Well, it's been a full day because this journey started this morning about 6 o'clock. Shuttle from College Station to Houston. The weather was a little dicey as we got, I would say about the Tomball area. and we were lucky to get here. And then after that, it's been delay after delay after delay.
And finally, what happened? Were you just like, I've had enough?
We bailed on our flight. It still has not left. It was supposed to leave about 1:20, and they just kept delaying it. We realized we weren't going to make our connection. So we just aborted things and stood in this line you were just showing everybody to try to make arrangements to get the luggage back, but it looks like that's going to be at least a day away. Right. And it may go to Indianapolis before it comes back
And
to
who
me.
knows at what point that'll be. So they just came on making the announcement. Initially, it was somewhere between 2 to 6 hours to pick up your bag. Just now, maybe about 20 minutes ago, they said bag retrieval suspended for the rest of the day. So that's what people here are dealing with. United also has released a statement saying that if you want to get help rescheduling your flight, you can go on the app, do so. Were you able to actually get your travel situation
We
sorted
just
out?
canceled everything. We just decided not to make the trip. We were going to Chicago and just decided, okay, we'll either do what we were going to do virtually or we'll reschedule it because there was no guarantee we were going to get there. So, but a lot of people are struggling with trying to figure out which way is up.
And let me say, he's had such a good attitude. I can't say the same for a lot of other people. I mean, it's just so frustrating. You're trying to get out of town and you just cannot get going. I mean, what's going through your mind as you wait here hour after hour?
Well, it's kind of part of the drill when you travel a lot for work. But, you know, the people here at the airport, the people with the airline, for the most part have been really good. And I can't imagine how fatigued they are answering the same questions over and over. But, you know, you just got to make the best of it. We're inside where it's warm, and it could be a lot worse.
That's right. That's such a good way to look at it. Always could be worse. Jeff, thank you so much for your time. And once again, if you're tracking the flights on flightaware.com right now at Bush Airport, more than 200 cancellations over at Hobby. We're talking more than 40 flight cancellations. So the advice right now is to keep track of your flights before you head out to the airport. Look out for those road conditions before you head out the door because you want to make sure you know exactly where you're going before you step out and potentially get stuck here. So for now, we're going to hold it down here and we'll keep you updated from any updates here at Bush Airport. Caroline and Anthony.
So I would love to know if the luggage retrieval is being stopped because it's just too cold for the workers, or really what's the reason for that. Obviously, Natalie, he's there working that story. Very frustrating for everybody who's there. Frustrating for people whose flights got canceled. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on this story, and hopefully things get sorted out quickly.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what that noise was in the background, we're going to continue to talk to Natalie behind the scenes. Give her a couple of minutes and try to figure out what that noise was.
We'll visit back with her
you
for
guys
sure.
want to know what's going on. All right, Harris County officials will be closely watching the weather conditions here tonight, really on through tomorrow morning as well.
Well, joining us live is Brian Murray with the Harris County Emergency Management. And Brian, you guys sure are busy when it comes to a time like this.
It's been quite the day, no question about it.
All right, first question for you. How has things picked up? I know you've been working and watching this storm here since the early morning hours. How has things progressed? Has the roads been deteriorating? Have you guys been encountering more issues throughout the day?
Yeah, we've been watching the roads for really since very early this morning. And you could definitely see as things started moving in from the north and the northwest that the icing and the precipitation and the cold were starting to take its toll. The good news is we've made it through without major incidents. I mean, there have been some accidents, but even most of the road closures have been relatively temporary. This is just a good reason why people need to just plan on, frankly, staying home and staying off the roads if at all possible this evening. The roads are still wet. The temperature's going to drop through the early morning hours, and the ice may be with us for a little while longer. So if you don't have to be on the roads, it's a good time. It's a good time to not be on the roads.
Freezing temperature. I'm not sure if you could hear me if my mic was on. I'm going to repeat that. What's more dangerous, or what seems to be the biggest problem at this point? Is it the cold temperatures, or is it the ice that makes the roads so dangerous?
Well, the road dangers are certainly something to be concerned about, but overall, I would say that the cold temperatures is probably the bigger danger for most people. We're not used to that here. This is not our climate, so it's something that most of us don't have a lot of experience with single-digit wind chill factors and things like that. again, when we talk about staying home or staying where you are, staying indoors is a big part of that. And if you have to be outside, dressing in layers, making sure that you don't expose yourself to this for too long. It's fatiguing. It's exactly the flip side of being outside in the extreme heat for too long. So protecting yourself against the cold, protecting your home against the cold, meaning your pipes, plants, pets, and the people, all of those things are important. But taking steps to protect yourself, that's the best thing you can do tonight.
So far here at Fox 26, we've seen at least 2 18-wheelers kind of overturned because of those conditions there on the road. Therefore, it's caused traffic issues, and a lot of folks are on those roadways, some sitting for more than an hour. The first incident we had this morning. What are some of the things people should make sure they have in their car if they're going to head outside, hit the roads, just in case they find themselves in a backed up traffic situation?
Well, I'm going to start with the big thing. If you're going to go somewhere, make sure you get a full tank of gas, because at this point, and I'm saying that realizing that has consequences too, but a full tank of gas is a good first step. I would make sure I had some water. I'd make sure I have something to snack on. I know a lot of people, especially in the northern climates, they'll keep things like kitty litter in their car. So if they get stuck in ice, they can throw that down and maybe help to get themselves out. Also, in some situations, especially if you have a pickup truck or vehicles that are lighter in the back, to put something heavy in there, like a big bag of kitty litter or a bag of rock salt or something like that, to give your vehicle a little extra weight in the back. But again, hopefully that's going to be the rarity. But I would definitely make sure I had gas and a little food and water to help get you through there.
How are you guys keeping your crew safe as they're out there, making sure that we all stay safe?
Well, fortunately for us, we don't have crews that are out on the roads or out on those scenes. We do support our first responders, the fire and police and EMTs in other ways. But we're fortunately here at the Houston TransStar building and staying fairly warm right now.
And as you guys take a look at those roadways throughout the day, has there been specific areas in the city or maybe in the metro, the greater metro area, where you've had to send some of those resources working alongside police and fire? Any hot spots?
What I've been seeing is really what I've seen on the Houston TransStar map. Most of it has been in the Northwest. I've seen the occasional things pop up on the map right near downtown. But again, it's the same story. It tends to be the elevated roadways, overpasses, flyovers, a couple of the entrance ramps is where I've seen some things that, where you've seen some ice form.
Well, I'm so glad that you guys are all echoing how dangerous those overpasses and bridges are, because I really think that that's something that people who aren't used to this cold weather can easily forget. You're mindlessly driving. That can get so dangerous so quickly. Is there anything else that you want the public to know about as we're approaching 4 o'clock and things are just getting worse out there?
Well, the last thing I would say is, there's a lot of concern always when we get into situations like this for our residents who are, without housing. And so there are multiple shelters open throughout the Harris County area. And if you need to find a place to be, dial 311. Metro will help hook you up with a ride to these places and, a place to be indoors and warm for the night. So I would definitely encourage people, you can go to readyharris.org. You can check out the map. You can see where you are on that map, and you can, get some help to find some warmer digs for the evening.
All right, Brian Murray with the Harris County Emergency Management. Thank you guys so much for all that you're doing here today.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, meanwhile, we are tracking the potentially dangerous weather conditions. As again, I said, we are moving into that 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we sent our Randy Wallace north of Houston. Randy is live in Patton Village with some more details on the conditions out there. Randy.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. Now, we are at 45 and exit 163, close to Patton Village, and the feeder road is basically just at a standstill. A lot of cars, we haven't seen any recently, but you'll see cars. See this white car right here? He's turning around, going the wrong way. That's what a lot of vehicles, drivers have been doing, because I'm not sure what it is up there, but whatever it is, it's got everything standing still, and it's not going to let up anytime soon. We probably came across this, what would you say, Matt? Probably 15 minutes ago, right. And We haven't seen any movement at all up there, so we don't know exactly what's happened, but obviously it is closed and you want to stay away from this area on 45. Now, on the way up here, we did see some trucks that were putting down brine on the freeway, working on the freeway, but there's quite a bit of traffic, more traffic than you would expect. Here we go again. See this white truck? He's going to go the wrong way. This is what we've been seeing over and over again. Again, not sure what the problem is up there, but it is obviously a serious problem. It's not going to go away anytime soon. And again, I don't want to sound like a parrot like everybody else, but hey, if you don't have to be out on the roadways, don't do it. Reporting live from 45, Randy Wallace, back to you.
Randy, thank you so much on the roads for us, and that's really the story, right? If you don't have to be out there, please don't go out there.
But that's a perfect example of why you need to have your car filled up with gas before you leave wherever you're heading to, because you can see Randy Wallace and our crew just sitting there waiting. That's burning through gas, okay? And then if you run out of gas, you don't have heat.
Right.
So also not a bad idea, like we just spoke with our other guest about having your car stocked with some blankets and some food, because this is a live look at what's happening out there. So you just want to be on the safe side.
And as we have this radar behind us, you continue to see things move out, but there's going to be some changes here in the forecast for Misha, because the temperatures is going to continue to drop.
Well, we are certainly dealing with some pretty nasty, rough conditions out there. And you're right, temperatures will be dropping even more tonight. Even with those thicker clouds out there, temperatures will be dropping into the teens to low 20s. But right now, we are pretty much below freezing just about everywhere. And that means huge problems out there on the roads with this light precip that has been coming down in the form of some light freezing drizzle, some freezing mist, and a little bit of sleet mixing in at times, but it all spells messy roads, dangerous conditions, icy roads, so you need to be extra careful if you have to head out. It's a holiday. If you don't have to head into work, if there's nowhere that important that you have to be, you may just want to stay at home and just try to stay safe until this passes. We do have the winter weather advisory in place across the area until 6 p.m. At this point, the National Weather Service has not extended that winter weather advisory, but it will continue through 6 p.m. That means there could be a little bit of light precipitation out there in the form of freezing drizzle, freezing mist, or sleet, maybe even a few snow flurries mixing in. We've had reports of a little bit of snow in spots. It's been very light, but still a wintry mix possible for the entire area through 6 p.m. and maybe up to 1/10 of an inch of ice. Notice that the majority of that precip indicated in pink, that wintry precip, mainly in the eastern part of the area now, stretching from Houston to League City over into parts of Liberty, down to Angleton and Lake Jackson. But that means that we still have it out there, and it is going to be a nuisance, but more importantly, it can be dangerous. So just make sure you are taking it easy out there on the roads and try to avoid any of those elevated roads, especially those bridges and overpasses, because they have been the first to ice. And with temps likely not getting above freezing for most of you, that ice isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It will likely remain tonight, tomorrow morning, and then we will likely briefly get above freezing for a few hours tomorrow afternoon. But until then, it is going to be pretty rough on many of these roads. I have the storm reports painted on this map, and you can see all of those icons indicating icy conditions. We've got it showing up for Houston, for Katy, over towards Sugarland, the Woodlands, and up into Willis, Conroe, and even up into Huntsville as well. Not really seeing a ton of precipitation in those spots right now. Like I said, the majority of it has pushed off to the east, but we still have the potential for some of that freezing drizzle and mist across Houston, and especially points to the east. Live view from our Fox Cam just outside of our Fox 26 studios, showing that backed up traffic that we did have on one side of Southwest Freeway has cleared. So if there was an accident there, it looks like things are moving a lot better now and more smoothly, but you still need to drive with caution. If you have to get out there, if there's something you just can't put off, if it's an emergency, just make sure that you drive very slow. Try to increase that distance in front of you, and make sure that you try not to slam on those brakes, because we are talking about that light precip still coming down. Temperatures are still below freezing at 30 degrees, and that wind chill is all the way down to 19 degrees. But we've got a lot of red showing up on our traffic maps. We've got Coco Dominguez here to show you where the problems are really getting bad, where we have the worst of those issues due to that ice. Coco?
Thank you so much, Ramisha. Yes, north and northwest is what we're looking at. You see a whole lot of ice everywhere. It could be sleet, it could be a little more than that, but there are very dangerous conditions. I want to kind of zoom in a little bit. I know we got some folks in town. There are a little bit, like they said, the overpasses, getting on the freeway, the bridges, but look at all that traffic. There's so much traffic out there. There are too many people on the roadways, even going in the southbound direction. This is southbound. And northbound, I mean, on the beltways up going 45 in the inbound direction, there's a lot of people on the roadway. So if you can kind of get out, and people are not comfortable on the roadways. We've seen them drive, and this is what's happening. Crashes. There are stalls out there. You don't want to get caught in cold weather on the roadways, because it becomes another crash is what we notice. You get one, and then you get one that follows. That's what's been the situation here at I-10 Katy Freeway in the outbound direction. So let's go ahead and take a look at some maps right now, because I do want to show you what the city looks like. You can also go to our website and Fox Local where you can get that. Let's pull up the first map here. We're looking at 290 and Telge. You see the ice. Look how slow people are driving. They're trying to be cautious, but they need to be going home. Hopefully they are, because you see it on the right-hand lanes. You see it in the east and westbound direction. This is 290 at Telge. Let's go now over to Highway 99 at Shaw Road. Also, this is in the westbound direction. You can see a lot of the ice is kind of on the side off, but it's still nonetheless very dangerous. You see people driving outbound very slow, and that is the move. If you have to emergency kind of get out of the house for whatever reason, don't go far. Stay in, you know, as close as you can and go slow. We'll take another look right now. Also on Highway 99. Now this is at Valley Ranch Parkway. A little more ghost town out here. These people are listening. They're staying off of the roadways, and except for the people like that, they're going a little too fast. All right, let's keep on moving around. We're going out to I-10 at Mason. This area was a huge crash earlier. It has since been cleared, but slow boogie is the move right here. And we'll bring things back into 610 West Loop at BeachNet so you can kind of see what it looks like. There's a lot of traffic still on the roadways. You think everything looks wonderful, but once you get onto the ramps, you go over the bridges, that's where things are going to get a little worse. Now, as long as the temperatures are below freezing, this is going to remain what's on the road. So if you want to enjoy the snow, enjoy the ice, just go right outside your home, but don't get in those cars. Stay off the roadways. And there are lots of road closures that are in place right now. If you go to our website, fox26houston.com, you go to Fox Local, it's a list of road closures that's happening in Brazos County, Brazos area, and a lot more in that area. Okay, so we'll be right back with more stuff. Back to you guys.
All right, Coco Dominguez keeping us updated when it comes to all of the traffic in this freeze. Thanks, Coco. Well, officials are now monitoring those road conditions in North Harris County.
We are going to get to that in a second.
Yes.
We're going to go to Tom Ziska, who's been following this I-10 incident here. We had an 18-wheeler overturn, and now, Tom, here we are at 4 o'clock. I was watching you earlier this morning. You've been following that for several hours now, and what's the update?
Anthony, Caroline, the update, the greatest news is if you can see traffic, and there's not a whole lot of it, but there are a couple of trucks that are going to go by. Right there, I-10, that's the eastbound traffic, and this stretch of roadway is open. It closed about 8:30 this morning when that 18-wheeler that we were watching through the course of the morning jackknifed on slippery, icy roads and rolled over onto its side. It was carrying produce, I'm told, according to Texas DPS. And I talked to a witness this morning who says he was here at this corner Chevron station when it happened. He said that there was another vehicle that had been stopped, could have been a little spin out with an emergency vehicle, that the 18-wheeler came over the edge, over the overpass, saw that blinking light, tried to stop, and that's when they had the rollover. No injuries except for some minor injuries for the big rig driver, treated and released according to DPS. So the roadway was closed in both directions for hours, finally opened about 2:30 this afternoon. We were here as they righted that rig. It was torn apart. They had a kind of a front loader kind of pick up a bunch of the junk that was in it. It was junk after it crashed, and put it in dumpsters. They hauled it away, and then finally traffic was able to move. That's certainly good news, but it was out of commission here, this I-10 Katy Freeway, both directions, for almost 6 hours. live in Brookshire tonight. Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
All right. Can I also say I love Tom's hat?
That is a
an
cool hat.
awesome hat, Tom. All right, we got some more information here to share with you.
Yeah, like I was saying, the officials are now monitoring some road conditions in North Harris County.
All right, so now on the phone we have Precinct 3 Commissioner Tom Ramsey, who is joining us. Tom, can you hear me?
Tom, if you can hear us, it's Caroline and Anthony.
All right. We're going to work behind the scenes to get him back on the horn. We definitely want to know what's happening there in Precinct 3 because we have reporters scattered all throughout the viewing area giving you guys a look at what's happening on the roads. But Tom, I think we have you now. Are we all good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, Tom. It's Caroline Collins and Anthony Antoine on here with you.
Hi, Caroline, Anthony. Appreciate what y'all are doing.
No, we appreciate what you're doing. Hey, before we even get to today and what you guys have been dealing with, talk about the preparation and how you guys got everyone in Precinct 3 there ready for this weather event today.
Well, essentially, it started months ago. We prepared 5 what I call Brian trucks. These are trucks that will distribute a alkaline, a saline solution on the bridges. And we've had 5 of them. And thus far, of the 220 bridges that we've dealt with in the northern part of the precinct, we've applied this solution on those bridges starting 2 days ago. We just put our second dose on today, and likely on some of those bridges, they'll get a third dose tonight. We have checked those bridges, and where we are applying the solution, they've worked very well. In fact, one of the bridge decks was 13 degrees. And it was not forming ice. So the solution is working well. And I appreciate what our 400 employees are doing out there to try to keep these roads open.
That's amazing because we've been talking about since we've been live on here just how cold those bridges and overpasses get. So to say that you checked the temperature and it was 13 degrees, that is just crazy. But it's great to hear that the brine that you guys have been treating the roads with is working, but it could get washed away if this wintry mix keeps coming down. So still you're telling people to be careful, right?
We are. We're hopeful that we won't see much more precipitation. As you know, each precinct is different. There's 4 precincts. I think our precinct is probably getting hit the hardest right now because it's primarily the northern portion of the precinct. I've got reports that at one point on I-45 from 1960 north to Willis, there was a wreck on every bridge.
Wow.
So it hit, I think, pretty hard. We've been working with TxDOT, been working with Constable Precinct 4 Herman and his office. They've been giving us reports, and we've been responding quickly to them. So the solution, or at least the application of the brine solution of these bridges, seems to be working well, and we'll continue that through the night.
Yeah, you know, we spoke earlier today to Brian Murray over at OEM there in Harris County. He too said the northwest portions of Houston tend to be the hot spots that they're seeing right now, some of these incidents. Now, you said just a second ago that you guys are going to be going back tonight here. As these temperatures drop, I would imagine there's a concern for the possibility for any of those areas that may already have any precipitation on the roads, that because the temperatures are dropping, it could refreeze. Is that why you guys are trying to go back out there tonight?
Yeah, what we found is because we did the pre-treatment 2 days ago, and we go back and we put another dose on it today, and we put another dose on it tonight, it's very, very effective in not forming ice. So that's been our experience. I've been very pleased with what we found with that, and we'll continue to go through those tonight. We put out roughly 7,000 gallons of solution on these bridges, and we're not done.
Wow. You know, crews are out there working hard to keep us safe. How's everyone holding up? What have you heard about, you know, all the people who are out there treating the roads and just trying to make sure we all stay safe? What's it like?
Well, it's very cold, obviously. We've got roughly 16 crews. We're alternating them in terms of the hot spots and what we're treating. But these are true professionals at what they're doing, and couldn't be prouder of them. They have a plan, and they're executing the plan, and we look forward to getting through tomorrow without any more precipitation.
Yeah, and you guys cover, Precinct 3 goes a long way, right? Cypress to Tomball area. In terms of the brine and the treatment you guys are putting on the roads here, Any concern that you have enough supply, or if you need more supplies, do you have any other agencies you can go to? Do you have what you need?
Well, fortunately, we got plenty of solution. We partnered with TxDOT. It's a special solution, in fact, that we secured working through TxDOT. So I'm not concerned about the supply of it. We have 5 trucks. They've got 500-gallon tanks on each one of them. So you can do the math on terms of how much the truck has to cover to put out 7,000 gallons up at this point. But you're right. I mean, from the Cy-Fair area, to Tomball, to Klein, to Spring, over to Humble, all of these are the areas that we're seeing hit the hardest. And again, at least in the county road portion of that, we're working very hard to keep those roads and bridges open.
Well, Commissioner Ramsey, I know you've been in Houston a long time, so you experienced the devastation that happened back during the 2021 freeze. How did going through that, how has that helped you guys prepare for a situation like we're in now, or what has changed in your planning after going through that?
Well, Caroline, I think we clearly that event was of great impact. Then we were using a great deal of chat rock, where you'd spread rock on the bridges and road sections and such, and that's a lot more difficult to deal with. When you use a truck and a tank and distribute the solution on the bridge deck, you can get a lot more done. I think that's what we've learned for it. We fabricated these trucks with those tanks over the last 6 to 8 months. So we had learned from what happened during Uri, applied that, and I think we've got a great solution in terms of what we're doing now.
I love that. Thank you so much. And lastly here, before you go, I know a lot of school districts are already making the push to school because of tomorrow. Have you guys kind of see, what have you seen on the roads, especially in some of those areas that maybe frankly frequently travel for those kids to get to school? Think the right decision was made here to try to make some adjustments for school tomorrow for so many kids?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely do. Because there's many thoroughfares. Some of these are TxDOT maintained. Some of these are county maintained. Some of these are Houston maintained. There's different crews doing different things. So I think it's a good call not to report tomorrow. When you see the number of accidents that's occurred in the last 12 to 15 hours, I think let's get to noon, get some warming up going on before we open up those schools.
Yeah, definitely better safe than sorry. It's really hard, too, for those students to stand out there in the cold and catch the bus and everything. Gosh, it could be so dangerous.
It's just bitter. It really is.
Yeah. Is there anything else that we're missing that you want to add before we let you go?
I think y'all are saying it all. Stay home.
Yeah.
Just get that temperature turned up and stay home and venture out tomorrow.
All right. Well, stay safe, Commissioner Ramsey. We appreciate you coming on with us, and we're hoping everyone stays safe and stays warm.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And at 4:12 here this afternoon, during that conversation, we just had this tweet here from the city of Sugarland. Sugarland is now closing US 59, the main lanes in both directions through the South Loop due to dangerous ice. Sugarland due to dangerous icy conditions. So go ahead and stay home until conditions improve. If you must travel, exercise extreme caution. You can also click that link right there on their Twitter account, and it's going to give you a map right here, and you can see that closure right there for you guys. So try to avoid that area because it's going to be closed. And again, one of those spots where we have those bridges and overpasses, they're going to be dangerous. So if you're going through Sugarland, you want to avoid that area. Dangerous, icy conditions. And I suspect we're going to see much more of that throughout our viewing area here in Southeast Texas.
Yeah, and again, you know, we're just giving you the latest information, not trying to over dramatize this. This is just what is happening out there. So it is getting dangerous. So please be careful. Now much of the South is dealing with its first winter storm of the season.
Yeah, Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon is in Dallas with more details on that.
It's very cold out here. It feels like we're in a different state right now.
The storm that had been pounding the northern U.S. has now moved south. The first major winter storm of the season here. Millions of Americans are under winter storm watches with up to 3 inches of snow expected from Oklahoma to the East Coast. Even Georgia is expecting snow and freezing rain, turning travel into a nightmare. And officials are urging drivers to give crews enough space to keep the roads open.
Our plan is to be prepared. We want the roads to be clear, and we're going to go start pre-treating bridges and overpasses throughout the area.
In Texas, freezing temperatures and a big uptick in serious driving accidents.
People do need to drive to the conditions that are out there and drive like there is ice on the road.
The storm now shifting east with heavy snowfall already reported in parts of Arkansas. And even more travel disruptions are expected when warmer air pushes north, creating ice storms in cities like Shreveport, Austin, and Little Rock.
I drive a four-wheel Blazer, and I wasn't getting four-wheel drive. I wasn't getting out in it.
And as the snow and freezing rain keep falling, folks throughout the area are hunkering down and hoping for the best.
Get the fire going and get some chili started and maybe have a cold beverage.
And travel isn't much better in the skies here at DFW and over at Dallas Love Field. Flights are already being canceled and delayed as this winter weather sets in. In Dallas, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
It really was something to come into our newsroom today and see all of our reporters bundled up and ready to get out into the cold. Obviously, this isn't something that we deal with here in Houston or Texas, so it just was so crazy to see and then to be outside and it's so cold and you can see how dangerous the roads can be. So please be careful.
Yeah, and these are one of those times where, yes, we work at Fox, but it's a Fox family, right? So we care about you guys at home. We want to make sure you guys are taken care of. But sometimes the best reporter are you guys. You guys are the ones at home. If you're in your backyard and you see some pictures of, sleet that may be coming down, or if you're driving or walking around your neighborhood and you see some ice there, send us pictures. Sometimes that could really help the meteorologists out. Just get a better understanding of what we're seeing in those areas, because this map is great and they do a great job, but sometimes seeing is believing for some folks, right? So the more you send us, the more we can get out there.
Pulled out my phone and I pulled up Fox 26 Weather. It's our weather app, Fox 26 Weather. It's a free download in the App Store. Right down here at the bottom, I know it's kind of hard to see, but it's on your right-hand side of your phone. You can just hit the little camera button and push submit, and that's how you can send us what's happening in your neighborhood, on your streets, or where you're located. If you're seeing, a crash, or if you're noticing like a lot of people are sliding on a road, take some videos, send it to us. That way we can get that word out to everybody so that they can stay safe. So we're constantly monitoring this. This is on our Fox Weather app. It's a free download in the App Store, Fox 26 Weather. You also can send Anthony and I stuff on social media at Caroline on TV is my Twitter, Instagram, all my handles, in our Fox 26 accounts as well.
All right, so now let's continue our coverage here because there's a lot to get to. There's so many communities we want to make sure we touch, make sure everyone is getting the information that they need. All right, so leaders at the coast. Obviously here we're kind of talking about Houston, but now I want to go down towards the Matagorda, Galveston area for a little bit here. We got County Judge Bobby Sieferman on the phone. Bobby, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, Judge, we hope we pronounced your last name right.
You did just fine.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. It's getting bad out there. People are getting worried. What's it like where you are?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us on. As conditions worsened this morning, we started having a lot of sleet accumulate, and at 10:38 this morning, the Matagorda County Office of Emergency Management issued a weather emergency declaration, and that, of course, will keep county offices closed for tomorrow. And I understand the city of Bay City, the city of Palacios, and all 5 Matagorda County school districts will also be closed tomorrow. So the National Weather Service still has us under a very hard freeze warning until about 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. So all of the county commissioners here, they have their road and bridge crews on standby monitoring the roads. And I just got a text just a couple of minutes ago that the city of Bay City is going to close the Nile Valley Road. There's a large overpass on that road, and I understand it's gotten pretty slippery. So the latest is they're going to close that. But we're monitoring everything out of the Office of Emergency Management. Look, if you don't have to go out don't. Stay home where it's nice and warm and safe, and that will go a long way in lessening the burden in this kind of weather for our first responders.
If someone's not familiar with how this really works, this is a coordinated effort here by a lot of people. Can you just touch on the individuals that had to come together and make sure a day like today is one that goes as smooth as possible?
Well, I am emergency management, as county judge for Matagorda County. I'm the emergency management director, and I rely greatly on the staff here at the county that helps me, our emergency management coordinator, Amanda Campos, and also our public relations contact, Mr. Mitch Thames, who is the Bay City Chamber of Commerce and Agriculture president and executive. So, stay in close contact as well with our 4 county commissioners and the school district superintendents, the local city managers for our municipalities as well.
Now, what are you telling your residents all day? We've been saying, call 311 if you need help. What are you telling your residents to do if they need help? Maybe their heater broke in their house or they need to get to shelter.
That would be the same thing. They would call their local, depending, it's a huge county, so depending on what jurisdiction or municipality they're in would determine some of those needs that they have. Obviously, if there's an emergency out in the county, they would call 911. The sheriff's department would get that to the appropriate jurisdictions and agencies. So we just keep monitoring. I understand TxDOT is out sanding some of the overpasses as well.
And now for a county like Matagorda, so far south, in Houston, obviously, they have different ways to treat the roads. How are you guys approaching this weather here in terms of treating the roads and making sure you have what you need? Because this type of weather, obviously uncommon for Texas, but especially for a place like Matagorda County so far south, you guys don't really get this type of weather either.
It is few and far between, to be sure, but the precinct barns here, the commissioners make sure that they've got all the material that they need should these events happen. During December, January, February, they're ready. They're ready to fill in any areas that might have washed out. They're ready to sand any bridges on county roads as well, and then assist as needed with some of the other regional agencies or the state.
And have you specifically had to respond to any issues in Matagorda County when you work with those individuals who are on the roads, kind of treating the roads, seeing what's out there? Have you had any issues here so far?
Not that I'm aware of. We have 11 volunteer fire department agencies here in Matagorda County. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have the sheriff's office, police departments for the city of Bay City and the city of Palacios, as well as some very good constables that we have out on the road as well. So I haven't heard of anything really major happening since this morning. So thank God for that. So we'll pray that that continues through tomorrow evening.
It is just crazy just to see how cold and how bad these conditions are getting, and it's something that we're not used to dealing with. So just for everybody in your area, if they need anything, call 911 and just be careful out on the roadways. Is there anything else that you want to get across to them?
Well, and like I said before, if you don't have to go out, don't. With the schools and the other offices closed tomorrow, just stay in. Don't forget your pets. Obviously, in our county, take care of livestock as well. So if you do have to go out, be sure and layer up.
All right, good advice as always. Thank you so much, Bobby, for joining us here this afternoon.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Thanks, Judge. All right, now we want to go back to IAH where we find our reporter, Natalie He, who's been covering a ground stop. And she told us a little bit ago that nobody can get their luggage. There were people who were having their flights just canceled. So, Natalie, what are things like at the airport now? And what is that siren that's been going off?
Guys, I had to do a little bit of investigating because I have my earpiece in. I couldn't really hear what the announcement was. It sounds as though, after speaking to an official, that some sort of smoke alarm was set up in the bathroom. I actually just saw some what appeared to be fire officials that walked in here trying to fix it. I think it actually just got shut off and cleared, right? Does that seem like the case, Matt? So yeah, it's been going off. It sounded a lot more chaotic than it really was. I think everyone here was keeping calm and no one really seemed to be moving or evacuating. So we made sure that that was the case and everything now seems to be under control. But we want to get back to those cancellations because at last check, according to FlightAware.com, more than 237 cancellations over here at Bush Airport. And if you take a look here at the screen, you can see just a number of them here. Every single flight almost affected to some degree. Again, hundreds of cancellations today. And also on average, they're saying that every flight is delayed by at least an hour. So there's a lot of frustrated travelers, as you can imagine. They've been waiting here for a long time, trying to talk to officials here. This is the United Gate. So these people here, they've been waiting here for several hours, trying to figure out their travel plans. So I'm going to talk over here to this gentleman, Mr. Marvin. Hi. Where are you from? Where are you trying to go?
I'm from Germany, currently coming from Mexico, trying to get to Charlotte.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So how long have you been here?
I've been here I've arrived this morning, trying to get on my flights to Charlotte, which was unfortunately cancelled. So I'm not trying to get any options, which is pretty hard at the moment, trying to get a car to drive up there. It's a 16-hour drive, so.
Wow, oh my God. So that's what you have to resort to at this point, I guess. I mean, it's just like, have you been able to speak to anyone? What are your options?
Not really. Like, it's really hard to speak to anyone because everyone is rushing and everyone is trying to get some solutions. So actually, there are no options really. Like, also like going with the train is not really possible. So it's really hard to find some solutions right now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even know that this was your situation here. You seem so calm though. How are you managing through this? I mean, I can only imagine how frustrating it is.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but I mean, there's no way around it, so I guess I just have to deal with it and see how I can get there as fast as possible. Yeah.
I see you have some bags with you, but are you waiting for other bags as well? What happened with your luggage?
Yeah, I'm waiting for information on that, so I would need to pick up my luggage. I don't know when that is possible and if it's possible, so I'll need to see, and hopefully I get it as quick as possible.
Oh, it just sounds like confusing and chaotic a little bit, huh?
It's really confusing and chaotic, and I got my colleagues in Germany trying to figure out something. I got other friends in the US figuring out something, but it's just like there's no information and there's nothing available right now, so we'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Oh my gosh. Well, you are coming off way more calm than I would be, I think, in this situation. So.
I try my best.
Okay. All right. Well, hang in there. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Marvin, once again. So yeah, if you're one of these many people, United Airlines actually sent out a statement, if we could pull it up right here. They're asking people, of course, to hang tight. On their screens here, I gotta pull it up here. They said, we know our customers are eager to get to their destinations. Customers may visit united.com to check their flight status and view the latest information. Additionally, we currently have waivers in place for customers traveling to, from, or through impacted cities in the region. They are asking that people utilize the option on their app if they need to speak to an agent. Sometimes that is faster than actually waiting in line here. Some of these people wait here 30, 45 minutes, sometimes more than an hour to actually be able to talk to a gate agent. So there's a couple of options there. And lastly, if you had a flight scheduled for tonight, tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, you definitely want to keep tabs on the flight status, the road conditions before you head out the door, because there's so many changes right now. And as we keep checking those flight trackers online, those cancellations, those delays are only increasing. So you want to make sure that you keep a close eye on that over the next few hours and over the next couple of days. Caroline and Anthony, I'm going to toss it back to you.
Wow, Natalie, thanks so much for that update. My guest at my house trying to get back to California was on the phone with American Airlines, and it said a 2-hour and 45-minute wait to connect with an agent. So his flight got moved for 2 days from now.
Oh my
goodness. It's crazy.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much. Let's get a look at that forecast because obviously those flights are being delayed and grounded because of what's happening outside. So let's check in with meteorologist Ramisha Shade.
Yeah, this winter weather causing all sorts of issues, hazards, problems, wrecks, road closures, school closures. So yes, we need a break, but things will get better in a day or two. But for now, just be extremely careful. If you don't have to be out there on the road, stay at home, stay safe, stay warm. You can wrap yourself up in a blanket, watch our coverage, just relax. You really don't want to be out there if you don't have to be. We do still have that winter weather advisory for much of the area through 6 p.m. And we've got the potential for this ice to stick around pretty much all night through tomorrow morning before those temps briefly go above freezing for a few hours tomorrow afternoon. But we have many icy roads showing up all across southeast Texas. So like I said, use extreme caution. The good news, I think that wintry precip will come to an end early tonight, likely by 8, 9 o'clock for most of you, but that hard freeze will be likely tonight into early Tuesday. That means any ice that we have out there probably isn't going anywhere if those roads are not treated. So you need to be extra careful because that ice will stick around for the commute tomorrow and it will cause some major problems. We already have several school closures for tomorrow. Of course, you can head to fox26houston.com. That's our website for the entire list in case you're wondering if your school is going to be closed or maybe your child's school will be closed. So definitely check it out. And of course, we're keeping everything updated for you on our app for your smart TV, Fox Local, so plenty of ways to keep up with this coverage. Here is the wind chill warning now that has been issued for our northwestern counties, Huntsville, Navasota, Brenham included. We could have wind chill values overnight as low as 5 below zero. We've got the winter weather advisory still covering Houston and much of the area through 6 p.m. National Weather Service is not going to extend that at this point, so it will be coming to an end in less than 2 hours and about 1.5 hours. But for now, we still have that pink or that light wintry mix still showing up on our Fox Red radar over towards League City and Angleton. Notice there could still be a little bit of light freezing drizzle or freezing mist for Houston, but the majority of that frozen precip, that sleet, that freezing rain down around Seabrook, League City, and there's a little bit left over towards Anahuac and Baytown. But general movement is off to the east, so I think as we get into early tonight, we will start to get rid of most of this light freezing rain. But the damage is pretty much already done. We've still got several icy roads out there, and with those temperatures not really warming up much, that ice will stick around for much of tonight. Here's a little bit of good news. We're not seeing tons of power outages right now. We've got about 1,000 power outages showing up for Harris County and only about 100 up towards Liberty County and down around League City, Texas City, Galveston, only about 100 power outages. So hopefully that number stays low because we know it's going to be extremely cold tonight. So that could cause a few issues with the power, but hopefully things will be just fine. Temperatures right now are below freezing for Houston, 30 degrees. We've still got a little bit of light freezing drizzle showing up out there. When you add in that wind out of the north around 15 miles per hour, it feels like it's 19 degrees. So even outside of the ice threat, it is just miserable out there. If you have to be out in this, cover as much of your skin as possible, dress in layers because we've got widespread 20s in the area. 33 degrees in Galveston, so that's one of the few spots a little above freezing, but just about everyone else dealing with those sub-freezing temperatures. So what are we talking about as we go through the night? Well, like I said, the frozen precip, the sleet, the freezing rain will be winding down. It's going to be fading and moving out, but that does not mean that the roads are just going to magically clear. Temperatures are going to be sub-freezing. In fact, a hard freeze likely overnight. So whatever ice is left out there, whatever roads are not treated, it's still going to be an issue with those very slick, slippery, icy roads. 26 degrees around 7 p.m., 24 by 11 p.m., and down to 23 degrees by 5 a.m. for tomorrow morning. Clouds will gradually start to break up overnight as that drier air tries to build in, but it's going to be pretty windy out there as well, so that's going to pose more issues. We've got a wind chill advisory for just about the entire area. That does include Houston, the Woodlands, Cypress, where we could have wind chill values near zero in and around Houston. Now, we did have a few of our counties upgraded to a wind chill warning, and that will be up towards Huntsville, Navasota, Grimes County. We could have below zero wind chills. In fact, wind chill values or feels like temps when you factor in the wind with the actual air temperature down to 5 below zero. That's what it's going to feel like to your actual skin if you have any skin exposed as you step outside in the morning. So that is dangerous. So just make sure that you are prepared. Make sure you have the hat, the scarf, the glove, the heavy coat, layers underneath the coat, the boots, whatever you need to stay warm and stay safe out there. Of course, we have been impacted greatly by this major winter storm, but we are not the only ones. It is really a big chunk of the country. In fact, I wanted to show you that these winter weather alerts, winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, spanning basically 2,000 miles from South and Southeast Texas through the Tennessee Valley up into the mid-Atlantic and all the way into the Northeast and New England. So just tons of alerts, lots of snow, lots of ice. We're getting in on a little bit of that light icing, light wintry mix, but we've had heavy snow in and around the Memphis area up towards Nashville, and you can see that snow moving up towards New York City. So this means a lot of delays with those flights coming in and out of Houston, and really for a big portion of the country, likely Memphis, Nashville, and all the way up into the Northeast. So it is just going to continue to be a huge problem as we go into the next 24 hours. I think we're still going to have issues with this. Now, the good news is that I do think we will briefly get above freezing for a couple of hours tomorrow afternoon. That will allow some of that ice to melt, but those temperatures just are not going to warm very quickly as we go through the next several hours and the next 24 hours. I want to show you the hard freeze warning because, of course, we still have a little bit of light ice left out there. League City, Lake Jackson still showing a little bit of light freezing rain, freezing drizzle on the Fox Red radar, but we will still have issues even after we get rid of that light frozen precipitation because the temperatures are going to be so cold. So we've got a hard freeze warning in effect for the entire area, and this is actually going to stick around all the way through 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. Why so long? Well, I do think we will have temps in the teens and low 20s for tonight, but we're also expecting another hard freeze as we go into Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. So it's not just going to be tonight where we're going to have that super dangerous cold. It's going to be at least 2 nights in a row before we start to see those temperatures moderating. All right, now we're going to get an update from Mayor John Whitmire. We've got Abigail Dye out there who will be interviewing him, so let's go get an update from the mayor.
Yes, we do have Mayor John Whitmire here. We are in the Emergency Operations Center for the city, and I know you just got an update from the National Weather Service. Can you tell me a little bit about what you heard and what we're looking at moving forward?
We're going to have a solid freeze to around noon on Wednesday, so we have to all be very cautious. Stay off the roads would be the strongest message. Stay off the roads. The moisture is lifting later this evening. Good news is we're going to have a strong wind that'll help drive the surface, but tomorrow we'll have a hard freeze, probably a chill factor in the single digit. So everyone's going to have to protect their plants and pets. It's against the state law now to leave your pets unattended, so we need to be concerned. HISD's closing school tomorrow. I think that's a positive move. It's better to be safe than sorry. So all the city departments are certainly at work. Our first responders are positioned, and also we've asked city workers to stay at home tomorrow unless you have an essential job. So city government is doing the very best it can to protect the public. We need the public's cooperation now to stay off the roads. Schools won't be open tomorrow, so you've got the opportunity to not be traveling to and from school. So let's just all come together, look out for our neighbors, our employees, and do the right thing. I'm very pleased with the operation. I just got a briefing. All the directors, we have about 10 warming centers that we went ahead and opened at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They'll be open until about 3 o'clock on Wednesday. If you need a ride, if you need a warming center, call 311. Metro will take you to a warming center, so no one should be locked in their home without proper heating. Be cautious with fires, space heaters in particular with carbon dioxide. So just be smart at this point in time and not create a problem for yourself. So city government is working around the clock for your protection and safety, and we ask the public to do their part.
Yeah, definitely echoing that stay at home. There's no reason to be out on the roads if it's not absolutely essential. And backing up a little bit here, Mayor, what has it been like preparing for this event the past few days, the past week? What's that been like for your city workers?
Everyone knows their duty. We have outstanding first responders and the city employees, the health department, municipal employees over at Public Works. We were just talking about some icy locations on bridges. The Ship Channel Bridge on 610, we have automobiles stuck there at that bridge. So the message again is stay at home, off the roads, but city employees are certainly doing their job. I'm proud of them. They'll work long hours tonight through tomorrow and even tomorrow night. Tomorrow night will be a hard freeze as well. So probably the freeze lifts around noon on Wednesday, but until then we've got to be very diligent and be proactive, be smart during this time.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up those bridges and overpasses. That's something we've been talking about a lot. I've heard Caroline say it a few times. Those freeze fast, and driving on those is very dangerous. Do you have any words for those who, those essential workers who do have to be on the roads? They have to get out on the roads at one point. Any words for those people who are driving?
Be smart. Obviously, watch your speed. And listen to the news media, get up-to-date warnings, listen to your supervisors, and don't take unreasonable risk. I mean, you know, every life is important, and we want to do our job, but we also want to be very smart about how we go about it. Stay off the roads if at all possible. Be careful with space heaters if you just have to, and drip in your pipes. Let's talk about water supply for a moment. The water pressure in the city is strong. As we talk, that's to be expected to go forward, being strong. But if you drip pipes, just do a little drip. Also, conserve your energy. We're in contact with ERCOT. We've asked the Downtown Central District to shut down their lights and conserve energy. So, you know, do a checklist at home. You know, protect your pipes, protect your plants and pets. Stay off the road. School's not open tomorrow in HISD and surrounding districts, so that is an advantage for you. City employees, stay at home, work at home, unless you're an essential worker. I would ask the private sector to be very sensitive to the safety and welfare of their employees. So we're all in this together. We've done this before, and we can do it this time very successfully. We do not want the cost of lives coming out of a Arctic front.
Absolutely. And real quick, just touching back on those shelters, I know that if you don't have transportation to one of these shelters, you can call 311 and get transportation to a warming center if you can't get there yourself. How important is it that people show up to these centers if they need that warmth, that they need that help?
Particularly our seniors. Seniors do not have to stay at home by themselves, exposed to the cold weather if they do not have proper heating. Call 311, ask for a ride to a warming center. They're distributed across the city very fairly. We have the faith community helping us. We have YMCA, the Salvation Army. I'm impressed how prepared we are, but we've still got to be very diligent and don't take unnecessary risks. Stay off the roads would be the strongest message I could ask Houstonians to follow. And thank you for helping us communicate that.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure. And Mayor, I know you're a busy man, so I won't take any more of your time, but thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was Mayor John Whitmire. We're in the Emergency Operations Center for the city, just talking about what everyone is doing to get through this freeze and what you need to be doing at home to make sure that you're also being safe. We've got so many city workers here just tracking all of the different conditions, and I know that we have a team of reporters out there telling you to be safe on the roads, dripping those faucets, doing everything that you can do to stay safe and get through this freeze, like the mayor said, as a team, as a city, and everyone can get through this safely. We're going to continue to stay out here. We'll continue to go to these different warming centers and just kind of keep tabs on how everything's going in this city. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Anthony, Caroline.
All right, great update there, Abigail. We appreciate you giving us that information. A big thing, though, is the roadways and what is it like out there?
All right, joining us on the phone now is Leo Flores with TxDOT. Leo, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, let's go, man. Lots to talk about here. What are the current conditions on the roadways?
Well, we've received reports of ice on the roads in various different parts of the Houston district. So we have our crews working right now in shifts to dispatch to those areas and treat those ice on the roads right now.
Well, what is TxDOT retreating freeways and the overpasses, or how often is that happening?
Well, we just spent the past weekend pouring over 70,000 gallons of brine on our bridges and overpasses across the Houston district in preparation for today and the next 2 days. And so we are retreating those areas as we receive reports of the ice on those roads to make sure that they are safe and passable.
Are there any road closures? Do you guys anticipate any road closures here as we head into those evening hours and early into tomorrow morning?
We don't currently have any closures, and we don't anticipate them. Basically, closures means that the road has become impassable beyond our ability to recover it. So we don't anticipate that. As your weather reported, there's no anticipated precipitation, so there would be no need for any closures. But we will continue to work in shifts to make sure that we treat the ice on the roads that we do anticipate.
At this point, are there any areas that people should avoid if they do have to travel? Maybe they're an essential worker. Any areas to avoid at this point?
Well, your bridges and overpasses are definitely going to be high risk for ice on the roads. Really what we do ask is that people just stay home. If they do have to get out there, reduce your speed, increase your following distance, and make a plan. Check transtar.org. To see where there's been reports of ice and impassable roads, and create an alternate route if you have to.
At this point, how is TxDOT on all of their supplies and what they need to treat the roads? Are you in good standings with that?
We are. We've got about 385,000 gallons of brine on hand that'll keep us working throughout the next 2 days.
Now, Leo, I'm not sure, I know you're specifically working in the Houston district, but have you spoken to any of your colleagues in Austin or San Antonio, some other areas in the Texas area? Were you able to get some context for how we are handling this here in Houston in comparison to other communities?
Well, I have not personally spoke to any of our counterparts, but I know that TxDOT, we've reported that we are, all hands on deck throughout the entire state. Working to treat our roads, maintain them, and make sure that Texans are getting to where they need to go as safely as possible.
And what is the best way people can get the up-to-date information, whether it's be over the phone or the internet? How can people get in contact to know exactly what's happening?
Transtar.org is where we're listing all of the reports of ice and any closures that we have. So keep up to date on transtar.org to make your plan.
Wow. All right. It's definitely a fluid situation as things kind of get worse, and they're going to get colder before they get better. So we appreciate you giving us the update. And is there anything else that you would like to let our viewers know that's important at this hour?
Stay safe.
Short and sweet. Leo Flores with TxDOT. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, the name of the game here today is to stay safe. Stay home if you have to, because you don't want to be out there. What you're looking at now is a live look at one of our cars out there on the Southwest Freeway, driving cautiously. I can say even when I drove in today, for the most part, a lot of folks driving about 50, 55 miles per hour, trying to make sure they get from point A to point B safely. But again, the roads, there's a possibility you might run into some icy patches throughout your commute, so be careful. Let's check back in now with JD for a look at that forecast.
Yeah, one of the things I've been able to do, we've got our tower cam here right in front of the station, of course, and able to kind of see what's happening on I-69. When you're looking at our camera here on the right side, that's inbound or northbound headed towards downtown. And over here on the left, we've got the southbound or the outbound. And again, I'm not going to be the expert on the roadways, but I do know that this kind of comes and goes, it seems like, as far as the number of cars that are kind of backing up. And I also know that if you keep going on 59, eventually you're going to run into a shutdown 59. City of Sugarland has shut down 59 or 69 for the majority of what's going through their part of that of Roadway. So be aware, keep that in mind as you're kind of hopefully not planning to really head out, but you know, if it's one of those situations where you feel that you absolutely must, all sorts of precautions need to be taken, and knowing what the road conditions are is probably step number one. But again, if possible, stay where you are. We're going to need as many people off of the roads as possible. So the current conditions right now for sort of the downtown Houston area is we're still looking at very breezy 15-mile-an-hour winds. You put the temperature at 30 degrees with those 15-mile-an-hour winds, and you get a feels like temperature of 19. So your body's not a thermometer. It acts differently. It is much colder than what the air temperature would be when you add in some wind like that. And so definitely that's a concern, and that's why we have the wind chill advisory, or even some of our viewing area under the wind chill warning, because of those feels like temperature that are in the single digits. Some folks 5 to 10 degrees, and where we see the warning, it's actually -5 to 5 degrees. That's how cold those feels like temperatures are expected to be as we continue into the overnight hours. So talking about the thermometers for just a minute, that hard freeze warning that's in place is because we're expecting the majority of our viewing area to be below 24 degrees, and that for even several hours that you're going to be that far below freezing. And that's why we have a hard freeze warning. And that's the main concern as far as your pipes are concerned. So hopefully you've got those all taken care of. It is not too late to sort of do some work on any of those exposed pipes that might be out there, or you could take some more precautions as we continue to sort of head into the overnight hours to make sure that you're prepared for that. I want to stress that what we're showing here is low temperatures expected over the next several days. So you'll notice quite a bit of a rebound here. These are low temperatures back in the 40s once we get to Thursday morning. But the next 2 mornings, Tuesday and Wednesday, in the 20s, the lower 20s. That means some of us even in the teens because it will be so cold. So again, let's make sure that we're ready for that. So sort of the current threats, or kind of reviewing what's happening out there right now. The southern portions of our viewing area, let's just sort of say south of downtown, is still seeing some of that freezing, sort of a drizzle. I wouldn't call it a true freezing rain. It's much lighter than rain, but it's still putting a slight glaze on some of our roadways. That is, in fact, beginning to come to an end. I wouldn't say that we're done with it yet. I still see some reports of that happening. So that is what our concern has been during the day today, is that frozen precipitation, that wintry mix. There's been plenty of reports of little pockets of snow, little flurries, just little tiny flurries that have been happening across the area. There's been sleet at times. Some of that's been able to accumulate somewhat. But all of that is beginning, not done yet, but beginning to wrap up. Now, the concern is what has fallen, what is on the ground, what is on the roadways, elevated surfaces like bridge. Maybe you've got stairs that go into your apartment complex. Anything that's out there, it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay there because our temperatures are not going to warm up above freezing until probably lunch tomorrow. So that's what the concern is now. Again, all day today we've worried about what would be falling, and now that we're kind of getting to the end of the falling part, it's now what's down there, what's have actually arrived. It's going to stay for a while. The wind chill advisory and warning is what I was talking about just a moment ago. As far as our bodies, when we're out there, we need to be staying safe. That's why it's so important that we get to some warming centers. We don't need anybody outdoors that's not protected and for a short amount of time. We need to make sure everybody is in a nice warm place for an extended period of time that we've got happening. As I mentioned, anywhere from -5 degrees all the way up to 10 degrees is kind of what we're looking. And we're continuing, of course, to have our continuing coverage on Fox Local. So maybe that's how you're watching me right now. Maybe you're on your device. Get that downloaded. If you're sitting there in your house, watch it on your app, on your phone, you could be on the big TV if you've got a smart TV and have a little bit more comfortable and see that, get that free download. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back to our anchor desk. Let's check in with Caroline and Anthony.
JD, good stuff. And as you guys continue to see the updates here from JD and Ramisha on the forecast, we're getting word. Make sure you guys know Houston Independent School District will be closed here tomorrow. Again, HISD closed here tomorrow. Several other school districts, Katy, Spring, Montgomery, they're all closed. Fox26Houston.com. Also at the bottom of your screen right now, we have all those school closures going for you as well.
And on the website too. So don't forget to check that out or download the Fox 26 News app.
And a truck overturned on I-10 in Brookshire earlier this morning. The good news here is it cleared right now, but it caused a mess for much of the day.
Oh, it sure did. But now we're going to go live to Tom Ziska, who is out there in the cold to tell us what's going on. Hi, Tom.
Caroline, Anthony, good evening to you. Yeah, JD was just noting that the Southwest Freeway in Sugarland is closed in both directions. I-10 out here in Brookshire is open in both directions, thankfully, though traffic is just creeping along. Drivers, specifically a lot of big rig drivers, really respecting the fact that there are some icy, slippery spots on the road. That was not the case this morning. As you note, about 8:30, an inbound and eastbound big rig slid out on this overpass behind me. There is this video that we have from TransStar and from our own cameras as well. It was a mess. This truck carrying produce, I'm told, spilled across the highway. A witness told me that another vehicle had spun out on the road and was being tended to by a police officer, and that the big rig driver likely saw that, hit the brakes, and was able to miss them, but dumped his load right there on the highway. Closed it for 6 hours time. For several of those hours, it was in both directions while emergency crews tried to clean up the mess. Finally reopened about 2:30 this afternoon. Both directions again open here in Katy, Brookshire. The Katy Freeway, and the traffic is moving, though moving very, very slowly, very, very cautiously. But progress, certainly compared to the way the day started. Live in Brookshire, I'm Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
Wow.
Right. Tom, thank you so much. Well, Houston city leaders have been following the weather situation.
Yes, Abigail Dye, she is joining us live at the Emergency Operations Center, where she's keeping an eye on what the city's doing to keep us all safe. Hi, Abigail.
Hi, Caroline. I'm here with Brent Taylor with the Office of Emergency Management, and we are inside the Emergency Operations Center. And we've got a lot going on, a lot of screens, a lot of people on phones working. What exactly is happening here right now?
So the Emergency Operations Center is kind of like the brain trust for all of the coordination that happens during severe weather and large-scale special events. So you're looking at partners from Public Works, from the police department, from the fire department, from the Office of Emergency Management, and plenty others who are all coming together to be able to make those kind of 20,000-foot view decisions, so that the people who are out there working on the immediate responses are able to focus on that, so that we can coordinate all of the larger resource requests and things along those lines.
Okay, so this is the hub for the big decisions made over the freeze.
That's right, and we have currently in the building right now, Mayor Whitmire is here, and he's meeting with the fire chief, the police chief, director of public works, all those people who are kind of taking that larger scale view to make sure that the city is in the best position it can be, and that people are being as safe as they can be, and that we're setting the right example during an event of this scale.
Yeah, of course. And so what is this center usually like, and what's the difference between that and what we're seeing here today and during an event like this one?
So on a normal day, this room is, we use it for conference meetings and things like that, but it really comes alive during an activation, during a large-scale special event. So something like, obviously, we just had the marathon this weekend. A lot of us were here for that, doing the coordination. During college football, during the 4th of July festival, all those kind of large-scale special events, that's when we open this up. And then, of course, for special weather, or for severe weather like we're seeing right now. So with these conditions where the roads become dangerous, or roads become impassable, or anything that's going to really impact transportation, life safety, large-scale mass casualty incidents, things like that. That's where we get together to do the coordination to make sure that everyone is in the most has what they need to serve the citizens of Houston as best they can.
And like I said, we're keeping tabs on everything here. I mean, I'm seeing traffic cams and radars and all different kinds of things. And I know we were just talking about keeping tabs on these warming centers and how many people are showing up. What can you tell me about those centers, and what's the most important for our viewers to know about those?
So we strategically placed them, and we selected locations around the city. Houston is massive. You know, it's nearly 700 square miles of City of Houston property. So we wanted to get locations throughout the city that represent the places where the need will be greatest. And so if you show up, if you're in need and you need to get to one of these warming centers, first of all, if you don't have transportation, contact 311. You can use the app, you can send them an email, you can call them, contact 311, and they will get you a ride to one of those locations for free. And then once you get there, there is very little, they may ask for a name and a zip code just so we know where people are coming from, so that we know where best to serve people in the future. But there's no requirement for identification. So if you're living in homelessness and maybe you don't have all of your documents, that's not a concern. We're not worried about trying to find those things. We're worried about keeping you safe.
Absolutely. It sounds like a great resource for everyone in the city. And I know I was talking with someone earlier. Pets are allowed at these centers, correct?
Yes. So BARC sent over some kennels for animals. So you can bring your pets to any of the city affiliated warming centers, and we'll make sure that they're taken care of.
Absolutely. Is there anything that people shouldn't be bringing? Anything that they should know that isn't allowed there, or they should, leave at home?
That's a great question. We want to make sure that safety is the top of mind, so don't bring anything that might be dangerous or that might cause situations to become dangerous, so just use your common sense on things like that. But really, again, safety is a priority, and keeping everyone safely accommodated. Now, I will say that these locations are not set up like a shelter. It's not somewhere that you're going to be spending lots and lots of time and days. There won't be hot meals. There will be snacks, maybe bottled water. But if you're looking for more resources than that, that's not what these warming centers are designed for. These are just to get you out of the elements during that really cold, the coldest of the cold, and then we can connect you with other resources to find those things down the road.
All right, and they were open several hours early. They're open right now, and then how long are they expected to stay open? People are allowed to stay overnight for sure, but how long are they expected to have their doors open?
So as of right now, the locations that are open overnight will continue to be open through, I believe, about Wednesday at 8 a.m., but even then, once we get into our daytime operations, city libraries, city multi-service centers, and city community centers are open their normal business hours. And so we would encourage you, even if you're not going to one of the overnight centers and you still need to get out of the cold weather during the day, all of those normally available facilities that are there on any weekday, those are going to be open and will be available to people to escape the conditions.
And I know you said that people, if they don't have transportation, they can call 311 and they can get help with transportation to get to one of these warming centers. If people happen to see people out on the streets who they think might need help, should they be doing the same thing, calling that 311, or what should they be doing?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're in a position to where, you're genuinely concerned, if it's a life safety concern, if they look to be in immediate distress, then you will want to call 911 first, right? Of course, because we want to make sure that if there's any emergency, that's handled appropriately. But if it doesn't appear to be an emergency situation, you can contact 311, or you can contact the non-emergency police line if you think there may be some other situation, that you're not familiar with, you're nervous about approaching a person or whatever. Contact the non-emergency police line, and they may be able to assist as well.
And moving back to the Emergency Operations Center, that's where we are now, and we have all of these city leaders and heads coming together to make the big decisions. What can people at home be doing to help you all, to help your job be easier, to help the city be safe in general? What can viewers be doing to help the freeze and help the cause?
Well, you know, we were at the press conference with the mayor earlier today, and he said it best. You know, and Chief Finner said it, Chief Pena, all the leaders are saying, stay at home, stay off the roads. You know, that's what is causing any stress on our infrastructure, any stress on our first responders, is people who are out when they should not be if they don't have immediate urgent business that they're attending to. If you're just going out to go drive to a friend's house or whatever, we really want to encourage you to stay home until this bad weather is passed, so that we can keep the roads safe, so that we can keep the city safe, and so that the people who really do need to be making those emergency trips, those first responders, that they have access to the places they need to be.
Absolutely. Is there anything else that you want to add, you want people to know before we let you go here?
Absolutely. If you are not already signed up for Alert Houston, that's the city's mass notification system. So you can go to alerthouston.org, and that way we can send you emails, text messages, voice calls. If you have accessibility needs and you use a screen reader, we can send you messages that way as well. So we want to make sure everyone has the right information at the right time to make the right decision for their families.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I think that was some great insight for our viewers. So again, Alert Houston, you can go to that website and sign up for these emergency alerts that you get to your phone from the Office of Emergency Management. That's another great way to stay on top of exactly what they're tracking here. Like I said, behind me, you can see a lot is going on. They're really staying on top of these weather patterns, these traffic patterns, and they're making the big decisions here. They're making the decisions that affect you and me. And of course, like we've been echoing all day, Anthony and Caroline, I mean, the decisions that you make at home can affect you and, of course, the people around you, too. And not to sound like a broken record, but stay off the roads. If you don't have to be on the roads, stay off the roads, stay home, and stay safe. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Great information there, Abigail. We really appreciate that update. All right, now you are looking at some viewer photos that you have been sending in to us. This photo looks like the freezing rain on someone's car. Obviously, that looks icy and snowy.
Yeah, this one's from Michael. Looks like the front of his house or so. You see a little bit of snow there on the side of the road. But again, we're going to get back to Ramisha because we're not really calling this snow, actually. I think this is like a sleet. Some of us may have seen, not traditional snow in that sense. We're going to ask Ramisha and get back to her and JD in a second.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it,
looks
though.
like
Look
it,
at
but
that covering there. It definitely looks like a snow covering, but they can be more scientific about it, of course. Naomi from Katie here just showing the conditions outside of their house.
Yeah, this one's from Robin Johnson. It says, please don't forget about us out here in Colorado County. Of course not.
Oh my gosh.
Kathy Seeley, frozen rain in Seeley, Texas.
How crazy. Look at this. This is from Zia in Houston. This is Lake Conroe. All right, snow on her patio there.
Katie, this is this morning in Huntsville. I love the chairs, by the way, Katie. I'm a fan.
I know. Okay, this is more from Montgomery. Thomas Murray here. Sleet and snow in Montgomery.
This is Brittany Montgomery, City of Montgomery by Lake Conroe.
And oh man, these are kids taking advantage of the cold weather. Of course, they see it as something fun. They're having some fun on their sliding board there. This is in Houston, it looks like, and they're bundled up, which is good, and they're just having some fun. So something that most of us adults would just choose to not do.
Yeah, but you know what, though? If you're at home, if you're with the kids, maybe find like a fun way like that.
Nothing tires you out more than playing in that cold air and some of that snow and icy mix.
Yeah, kids making the best of it.
That's for sure.
All right. An Arctic blast is certainly freezing parts of the U.S. More than 100 million people are facing temperature alerts here today, and that's according to the National Weather Service.
Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes is live in Denver. And Kennedy, what are those conditions like out there?
Well, Caroline and Anthony, I can tell you this is the type of cold that will start to sting if you're outside for more than a few minutes. My face and my hands are freezing to the point where it's becoming difficult to move them normally. Now, Denver's under a wind chill warning right now, and that'll last until tomorrow. Snow has been sticking since this morning, and it's that powdery type of snow that makes roads slippery. Cars are either covered with snow or struggling to get around, and temperatures are hovering around -2 Fahrenheit right now, but it feels like -16 because of that wind chill, and it's supposed to get even colder this evening.
I decided that I had to get gas before I was going to go home because it would only be colder then, so I wanted to venture out and get gas now before it was even more freezing, at rush hour. I'm from Colorado, but this is definitely cold for Colorado. I've lived here, pretty much all my life.
The areas that have a frostbite threat today in several states, including Colorado, Iowa, and Illinois, starting around 7 Central, 8 Eastern. If you're outside for more than 30 minutes, you are at risk. And here are some symptoms of frostbite according to the Mayo Clinic. That includes a tingling feeling, numbness, muscle stiffness, or blistering. And if you do not need to come outside, then it's best to stay inside. But if you do have to venture out, make sure you bundle up. In Denver, Kennedy Hayes, Fox 26 News.
All right, Kennedy, thank you so much. And at 5:07 here this evening, a number of traffic problems. We continue to see those play out here today.
Yeah, Coco Dominguez is joining us live in the studio with a look at what we are experiencing with traffic in our area. Coco.
Yeah, what's not so much fun on the roadways. That's where the fun stops, because you can see all of these crashes and usually kind of more in the northwest area. We've also got some here in the Katy area. And I want to show you right here, when you see purple, that means road closures have begun. In this Katy area, we are looking at 3 crashes. This is a hazmat spill and several crashes after that. Lots of icy conditions, slick roadways, ramps. We've been telling you, overpasses, bridges, and I do want to show you the area of Sugarland. Main lanes closed in both directions. Now, this came in about half an hour ago. They have not been able to completely close them, but it's kind of starting right before the Beltway in the southbound direction, headed all the way into Greatwood. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our traffic cameras right now, because I want to see how dangerous the situation is. This is I-10 Katy at Highway 6. This is the area that I showed you. Lots going on in both directions. There are crashes. You see that eastbound and westbound. We'll take a different look of this same crash right here. There's a lot of slickness going on. The cars are going slow, even in both directions, and a lot of rubbernecking going on, but that is kind of the case happening throughout the city. You see the Metro bus that is stalled right there, but very, very dangerous conditions, especially as people are looking over, trying to see what's going on. Let's go on over now to the Sugarland area. This is southwest at Willcrest. So this is their attempt, I believe, to try and close the freeways. There's still lots going on. We're going to move on over to Southwest Freeway and West Airport. Once again, you can see a lot of that traffic is starting to veer to the right going into Sugarland, because they are slowly, if you can imagine, trying to get these areas closed down. Let's move on down to University and Southwest Freeway as we're heading into Sugarland. Now, this is starting to look a lot more like a real closure. You can see the inbound traffic already off to the right hand. They're trying to get people off the roadways, because once it gets dark, it gets even more dangerous. Over now to, let's bring it into town here, the Buffalo Speedway, right outside of the station, not too far. It's getting icy out here. It wasn't like this, and we were kind of coming in. There's a crash right there in the outbound direction. It was a 4-vehicle crash, and like I mentioned earlier, you see one crash and then more follow. So a lot going on. We'll take things over now, 45 North and Ritchie over to the right-hand side. More sleet. So this is not specifically in one area. It's throughout the entire area. We'll go now over to the East M Houston Beltway 8 at the bridge here. Now, this is between I-10 and 225. These folks are on the bridge that we're trying to get you to stay off of, but there's a crash in this area ahead, so now they're stuck on the bridge going even slower than they would be going if there was nothing happening. So there is a lot that is happening out there in the streets. You have to stay home. You have to find every reason to not order in. And I know people are going, let's Uber or let's DoorDash. Guess what? Those people are also on the roads. So don't make that a quick option to go to. But once again, that Sugarland area slowly closing down. It starts right around the area from Derry Ashford, and it travels all the way through Crab River into Greatwood. And that's going to be like that. It's not going to reopen tonight as far as we know. This is kind of in preparation for more that is happening on those roadways. They're icy, they are dangerous, and it's best just to stay home, because like I said, things will get darker and it will be even harder for you to see. Back to you guys.
Coco, that is a lot to digest. And while you were doing that, it made me think of the move over law here in Texas. If you see those emergency crews on the road, it is the law, especially in times like these. You have to move over to that next lane, or you at least want to slow down to 20 miles per hour if you're in that same lane while emergency crews are doing that. So please keep that in mind, too, if you know someone that's on the roads there already. All right, we're going to get another look at the forecast here at this hour.
Yes, we are having the meteorologist Ramisha Shade in the Weather Center tonight. And Ramisha, there's a lot going on. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, it's been a crazy week. Just remember, a week ago we were talking about tornado warnings. Now we're talking about a winter storm in the area. We've got winter weather advisories, lots of icy roads, school closures increasing. So make sure to head to our website, fox26houston.com, to find a complete list of all of those school closures and anything else weather related you can find there as well. We've got a mess out there. The good news is that most of this wintry precip that is left out there is very light, but temperatures are below freezing, so that could still mean some major issues. But at least the precip for the most part starting to wind down as we check out our Fox Red radar. Just a little bit of light pink showing up near Baytown, League City, Angleton, Lake Jackson, and getting close to Galveston. So that is likely a little bit of freezing drizzle, maybe a few sleet pellets. But I do think by 8 to 9 p.m. this will be out of here. For that reason, the National Weather Service has decided at this point not to extend the winter weather advisory past 6 p.m. So we will be dealing with it for about another 47 minutes or so. But after that, it looks like we will at least be able to get rid of that winter weather advisory. But you can still see a little bit of pink showing up near Houston, so I can't rule out maybe a little bit of freezing drizzle. That will be that very light freezing drizzle, but of course with temps mainly in the 20s and near 30, anything that falls could be sticking to the roads, to your vehicles, to parts of your house. So just certainly be very careful if you have to venture out in this. Channelview, LaPorte, Seabrook, Baytown, a little bit of pink. That means that light wintry mix still showing up on our Fox Red radar. So it's not going to be much, and like I said, it is going to be moving out early tonight. But at this point, we're still dealing with that light wintry mix across southeastern portions of our area. You can see that down around Lake Jackson as well. So it's certainly going to be a bit messy, slippery, slick, icy out there as this Arctic blast continues to impact us, and we're getting that precip with this system. It is gradually shifting to the east, but it is still causing quite a few problems out there right now. You can see the pink indicating that ice sleet mix, and also the dark blue indicating some heavier bursts of snow as you push up into Memphis, Nashville. They have really been getting it up there with that heavy snow. We've gotten mainly a little bit of light icing here, but that light ice has caused major problems. So I did want to show you this graphic. This is interesting. This basically gives you an idea of what the road temperatures are out there, and we're seeing road temps out there right around freezing. Usually the road temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer than the actual air temperature, but not by much. Temperatures showing up near freezing with those road temps right around Liberty, Baytown, 29 degree estimated road temp down around League City, and road temps right around freezing and even below, upper 20s as you head up towards the Woodlands, Cypress, and road temps close to freezing right around Katy. So it's going to be a bit of a mess out there. We've had reports of several roads closed, including some major highways. So just make sure that you are taking it easy. It is a holiday. Of course, it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So if you have the day off, if you don't have to be out there, just please try to stay at home, stay safe, stay warm, and just let this Arctic blast pass and this wintry precip pass. We will heat up as we go through the week, but now is not really the time to be out on those roads. We are still below freezing, right at 29 degrees out there, and we've got that wind blowing in out of the north at 18 miles per hour. We've got widespread 20s across the area. Galveston, one of the few spots, just 1 or 2 degrees above freezing at this point. We've also got a hard freeze warning in place. So even after we get rid of this light wintry precip, we are going to have to deal with those temperatures in the teens and 20s for tonight. That hard freeze warning will stick around all the way through Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. That means not just a hard freeze tonight, but likely another hard freeze for a second night in a row. That's going to be Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Wind chill advisory also in place, as if we don't have enough to worry about. We've got the winter weather advisory, we've got the hard freeze warning, and yes, we also have a wind chill advisory for Houston that will stick around through noon tomorrow. That means when you factor in that wind, we could have wind gusts out of the north around 20 to 30 miles per hour tonight and tomorrow. When you factor in that wind, it's going to feel like it's in the single digits likely for parts of Houston tomorrow, and some spots could be getting close to a feels like temp of 0. That is very rare for this part of the country, so you certainly need to be very careful, dress in layers, and just prepare for a lot of dangerous, chilly air across the area. Here is a little bit of good news for you as we check out our power outages for Harris County. They were right around 1,000 the last time I showed you this map, now down to about 800 rather, and 100 power outages showing up around Liberty County, down to around 200 for League City and Texas City, and around 200 as you check out our southern counties down around Angleton. Not many power outages showing up. We're hoping to keep that number low because we don't want you without power, but of course just keep checking back. Hopefully that power will stay on, the grid will be fine, and we will get through this just fine. But at this point, we are still tracking that light wintry precip still impacting our southeastern counties, and also we're tracking some super chilly temperatures out there. Temps in the 20s already for most of you, and they are gradually going to fall even more as we go through the night. Hard freeze likely tonight, 23. So bundle up, prepare for dangerous cold. And like I said, if you want a complete list of those school closures, head to fox26houston.com. Let's head back to the news.
All right, Ramisha, thank you so much. And we told you earlier that I-69 is now closed in Sugarland.
Joining us on the phone is Doug Adolph with the city of Sugarland. And Doug, a lot happening there right now with those road closures. And we also told our viewers that Fort Bend ISD has canceled all of its classes for tomorrow. What's the latest?
Yeah, good afternoon. We have been experiencing icy conditions in our city most of the afternoon. Those conditions have contributed to hazardous road conditions, which have contributed to a number of accidents, especially on elevated roadways like U.S. Highway 59. And so just before 4 o'clock this afternoon, we made the decision to close U.S. 59 in both directions through our city in the interest of public safety. We have been working nonstop since that time, and we're just about done completing those closures.
When you talk about those closures, I would imagine here, how long are you guys thinking about having that last? Are we talking about Wednesday?
We really don't know. We're going to keep the highway closed until conditions improve. We're working closely with our partners at TxDOT to treat the freeway. Because the temperatures aren't going to get above freezing overnight, it would be difficult to believe that we would be able to reopen the freeway any sooner than tomorrow morning. Just unknown at this time.
Wow. How many accidents are you guys seeing in the area? I know we're talking about the major one here, but are there still several accidents happening?
We've been experiencing accidents all afternoon. Fortunately, they have been minor. We haven't seen any major injuries. I don't have a total count for you, but they have been numerous. They've just been dropping all afternoon. The best decision right now would be to stay off the roadway. Stay home if you don't have to travel. We will be working through the night. We've got crews treating roads and bridges in our city. As I mentioned, we're working closely with TxDOT to treat the highways through our jurisdiction. But the conditions are not safe. So if you don't have to be on the roads, please stay home.
What is your main concern here? Matter of fact, I should say, what went into that decision specifically? I know you said public safety, but when at 4 o'clock, when did you say, hey, we got to shut this thing down?
When we realized that we were unable to treat the freeways in a way that made travel safe, and as we were approaching the evening hours, knowing that the temperatures weren't going to rise above freezing, we made the decision that we needed to close the freeway. And it takes some time. We literally had all of our public crews out there on a road crew, shutting the entrance and exit ramps to 59. And as I mentioned earlier, we're just about done with that process now.
Wow, where would traffic be rerouted to?
Well, we're going to keep the feeder roads open. So we're working with TxDOT to redeploy their treatment efforts onto the feeder roads. So, mobility through our city will not be impacted other than US 59, which is currently closed. I should also mention that we've got the overpass on Highway 6 at US 90 closed as well.
Did you expect those two areas to be your main point of concern here heading into today?
Well, we knew in working with the National Weather Service going into this weather event that there would be a risk on elevated roadways. It's actually a bit colder than we had anticipated, and we weren't expecting conditions to get to this point, but we knew that there was a threat for icy road conditions.
How has the past weather events in Houston and in these areas, especially everyone always brings up the big freeze in 2021 that was deadly, how has that helped prepare you guys in your efforts to make sure that we were ready for a day like today?
Well, having worked past icy events in our city, we knew it was important to go ahead and pre-deploy resources along major corridors that we know can be affected by icy conditions. So we were proactive in doing that this time, and it helped us close that freeway more quickly than we've been able to do so in the past.
On your end, talk about the meetings you guys will be having. I know you mentioned some of your crew is going to be working throughout the night, but how does when are you having your next meeting, and then what are some of the conversations happening behind those closed doors?
Well, all city departments participate in daily briefings as part of our Emergency Operations Center. We coordinate those efforts with regional partners like TxDOT, the State Operations Center, and other regional jurisdictions to make sure that we're collaborating in providing uninterrupted services for our citizens. We pay close attention to weather forecasts, and as I said, we will have crews available through the night, available to respond if needed. But hopefully once we get these major highways closed and people stay home, things will quiet down a bit.
What about for the residents in Sugarland? What are you telling them to do when it comes to warming shelters or if they need any sort of help?
Well, the county has activated a number of different warming centers throughout the county. We have shared that information with our citizens. We have not seen widespread power outages as of yet, but if those resources are needed, we'd encourage them to not only check our social media platforms and our website, but also look to the county that's putting out helpful information relative to the resources that are available during this winter storm.
And Doug, before we let you go, any last minute words here for anyone living in the city of Sugarland?
As I mentioned earlier, please stay off the roadways until conditions improve. Fortunately, there have been no major injuries. We've been very lucky so far.
All right. Thank you so much, Doug Adolph, for updating us on these conditions. Stay safe out there. All right, let's keep it in Fort Bend County next.
County Judge KP George is joining us now live here. KP, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us up to speed. I know you guys were on air earlier this morning talking to Melissa and Delon as well. Talk about what you've seen as far as changes and impacts of this weather event happening in our community and how you guys are adjusting.
It is unprecedented, and since morning, of course, we knew what is coming. But one thing we didn't much expected was the precipitation. We knew there was some kind of precipitation, but we didn't expect at this level. Since morning, since last night, we have been actively engaged. I was at the EOC until a few minutes ago. I just got out of there, and our staff is, we are activated at a level 3 activation. Before I go any further, I just wanted to give out a couple of important information to our citizens. If you are a Fort Bend resident, please sign up for a texting alert system, which is called Everbridge. This is FBC alert. You punch in, the number is 888-777. The number is 888-777, and you punch in the information area FBC alert, so that you could get updates what is going on throughout this weather situation. And also we have AM 1670 radio if you don't have a smartphone or whatever. And please, if you have access to a computer or phone or whatever, fpctx.gov, and you will get constantly, we get put out update and current informations for our citizens' safety and security. And so I just wanted to say, we have seen numerous accidents. We have seen so many closures. And this is getting to a point where getting close to, I don't want to scare people, but it is a major weather event, it looked like. The concern factor is the moisture on the road. That is, the temperature is going to be below 30 and it can be going down to 18 degrees, I think, something of that nature tonight. So that is a major concern for the emergency management team and also other law enforcement agencies in Fort Bend County. So as you know, major roadways, 99, many places it is closed. West Park Toll Roads is closed. Some parts of Highway 6, Highway 90 are closed. You just talked to City of Sugarland about 59 closure. And so there are so many roadways are unpassable. And so that, and also understand today was a holiday. There was not too many people on the road. If we couldn't manage it today, or if it was hard to manage, tomorrow I cannot even imagine. So we had a jurisdictional meeting and also a leadership meeting a few minutes ago. I decided based on all the situation and the safety and security of our citizens are the #1 priority, and safety and security of our staff. We have around 3,400 employees, and that is going to be a top priority. And tomorrow morning, I don't expect anything. This is going to get better. So county, I just decided to close it down for tomorrow. So Fort Bend County is going to be closed for business tomorrow. So please stay home. And also the advice we are hearing from the law enforcement, our EMS, and many other people out there working tirelessly, they are saying, stay off the road, please. Because if you don't have an emergency, don't get on the road, because that actually going to delay our law enforcement and EMS ability to maneuver and move around and help people. So that is what we are advising at the moment.
I'm on your Fort Bend County emergency sign up. It's the FBC alert system, and it's so easy. All you have to do is click sign up, and then you put your information in. It looks like you're good to go. I'm so glad that you brought that up. That's a great way to stay up to date on what's going on in your area. And obviously, school is canceled for tomorrow. We're telling people to stay off the roads. What else do they need to know at a time like this?
So we had a press conference, Friday, and we talk about many things our citizens can do. I hope they already did all that, covering your pipes and, like making sure, your pets are okay, and taking care of your elderly and children, and all those precautions we talk about. I hope you already took care of all that stuff. If not, please go ahead and do it. And another thing, just we need your help in helping you. That is the message I wanted to send it to our citizens and our staff and everybody, because you need to pay attention to what is going on. If somebody is closing a road, means there is a reason why they're doing it. It is not like I-10 just closed. And I see that people going fast, and I see that people getting into accidents without thinking much. A road is closed to means, or a passway is closed to means there is a reason why the people in charge of that area, that jurisdiction, did that. So please respect that. And that is what I wanted to tell our citizens and our staff, everybody in Fort Bend County.
And KP, I just want to follow up on something you said earlier here. You said you didn't expect this much precipitation for your community. How did you guys adjust when you realized that, hey, we need to do something more? What were those adjustments specifically?
See, this is one thing, I don't know you realize, emergency management is one of the reasons why I ran for this position 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And that was always been a top priority for us. And under my watch, we built a vibrant emergency management facility in Fort Bend County. And I was there this morning until now, and we are watching the roadways. We have access to TechStart, the camera system, and also we are putting it on our own camera system out there. So we are watching constantly what is happening. So you are right. How we are prepared, we are always prepared. One of the best way we are prepared is we actually coordinate with every jurisdiction in Fort Bend County, which include for Office of Emergency Management, the Sheriff Department, the constables, the city PDs and their emergency management, the Mud District, Lid District, Special District, you name it. All these people are, I just had a call 4:30 with them, and we are actually having at least a couple of calls a day right now. So we are communicating with these people on a regular basis with the new information, whatever we are acquiring, we are getting and sharing it with them. They're sharing it to our people. And, we all have our own followers and platform. And so they're sharing these information at every platform they have available. So we are informing our citizens. That's the best way. And we, as I mentioned, we are activated at level 3. And we are constantly in touch with TechStart and other TDM and other organizations. And so we have National Weather Service, we constantly stay connected with. So whatever the important latest information coming, we are passing it on to our citizens on a timely fashion, and they are prepared. And I'm hoping that is one of the things we are doing much better than we did in the past.
All right, Judge KP George, we appreciate you coming on and joining us and talking to us about how to keep everybody safe in Fort Bend County. It is dangerous out there. We can see that. We're keeping an eye on it. Again, sign up for those alerts, the FBC alert. It's so easy to sign up. I was just doing it on my computer. You just put your information in. That way you can stay straight up to date. Well, you stay safe out there as well.
I will do that. Thank you so much. Thank you for you guys are telling our story. I mean, that make all the difference.
Oh, thank you.
A team effort for sure. All right, now we want to get back to the airports. We've been watching that as well.
Yeah, what a mess it has been at both airports. We have Natalie He joining us from IAH with another update, but it still looks like a lot of people are standing around, probably frustrated at this point after canceled flights and not being able to get their baggage.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Caroline. Many of these people have been here since this morning, so it's been an all-day ordeal. If you take a look here at the line behind me, it just continues to grow every minute, every hour. And I'm hearing from some people that the line of customer service actually wrapped around the entire terminal. So we've been catching up with travelers all day today. Joining me right now is Luis. He's actually from Mexico, and he's stuck here in Houston. Luis, what's been going on with you?
We've been in the airport since, I believe, 10 a.m. We were supposed to leave at 12 at noon, and our flight was postponed and postponed and postponed, and at the end it got canceled. And we're supposed to leave tomorrow, but now they're saying they might not be flights available tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. So what is going through your mind as you just stay here waiting?
We're really tired. We're really tired. We just want to go home. Everything is crazy out there.
And my understanding is you're trying to get a place to stay or an Uber ride, and both of those are just outrageously priced.
Yeah, an Uber like from the airport to downtown is $200, and you have to wait like half an hour.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy. And we want to rent a car as well, but now they told us there are not cars available anymore.
And what about a hotel? Have you looked at that, or maybe Airbnb? I mean, what are your options right now?
We're looking for an Airbnb. Maybe I think the closest thing right now will go to Woodlands, maybe.
The Woodlands,
yeah.
Oh my God, which is, by the way, like at least 30 minutes, 45 to an hour in this traffic, right?
Yeah, it's really far away from here.
Oh, so what a nightmare for you guys. And when you were able to go up and talk to the gate agent, did they mention anything about compensating you for some of these ridiculous prices?
No, it says it's a weather condition, and since it's a weather condition, they're not gonna give us anything or compensation or nothing.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hang in there. You guys have been so patient. I know you and your group here are just eager to get out. So thank you so much for staying here. And if you're like Luis and so many of these travelers, you're monitoring your flights closely, you want to make sure you check in to your app, your United app. They say that's apparently the best way, the fastest way you can get a hold of someone. If you wait in this line, it might be 30 minutes to an hour. And you just really want to monitor that really, really closely online on flightaware.com. We're seeing right now at Bush Airport almost 300 flight cancellations so far in the last 24 hours. Over at Hobby Airport at last check, it was somewhere around 50 cancellations. So it's just a mess. So you want to make sure you really monitor those conditions before you head out the door, because then you can just stay at home and not have to worry about all this headache. So Caroline and Anthony, I'm going to toss it back to you for now.
Canceled both at IAH and over at Hobby, and people are having to wait in these lines and try to call and get their flights rebooked. It's really, really crazy. So best of luck to everybody out there. Now we're going to send it over to meteorologist Ramisha Shade in our weather center tonight. She's tracking everything that we're experiencing. Ramisha.
Well, it's been miserable out there for many folks trying to get from point A to point B. Lots of accidents, close calls. We've got school closings increasing, of course. To find that complete list, head to fox26houston.com. Of course, check us out as well. We are streaming all of this on our app for your smart television, Fox Local. You can find tons of info there as well. So we will get through this. We just have to get through a pretty rough night and likely a rough morning with those temperatures remaining below freezing for the next several hours. Basically, any ice left out there on those roads that are untreated will stick around. At least it's maybe a little bit better knowing that we are not alone. This winter storm impacting millions of people across the country. In fact, I wanted to show you this graphic because this basically shows that we've got winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings spanning close to 2,000 miles all the way from southeast Texas all the way up into the Northeast in New England. So a lot of people dealing with icy roads, a lot of snow, a lot of ice, big time delays, and we've still got that winter weather advisory right here in Houston for at least about 22 more minutes. It is set to expire right around 6 p.m. National Weather Service at this point deciding they are not going to extend that because most of that light wintry mix, that freezing drizzle, that sleet starting to move out. We've still got a little bit showing up right along the coast, right around Galveston, League City, Angleton, Lake Jackson. Can't rule out a little bit of drizzle for the Houston area over the next hour or so, but it's pretty much wrapping up and coming to an end. Here's the problem though, even though the precipitation is coming to an end, those temps are still below freezing and they likely won't go above freezing again until tomorrow afternoon. So any ice left out there will likely stick around for a while longer. But notice at least we're not seeing as much of that frozen precip on our Fox Rad radar as we were seeing earlier today. That is great news. Just a tiny bit of pink still popping up near Baytown, LaPorte, Seabrook, and down around Texas City, Galveston, and towards Lake Jackson. So some slight improvements. At least we're getting rid of most of that precip. However, it is still super cold out there below freezing. So the system as a whole is starting to push off to the east, so we will start to dry things out. In fact, our futurecast showing that slim shot for a little bit of a light wintry mix, basically hugging the coast for the next hour or two, and then after that it's pretty much over with. We'll remain with the thick deck of clouds for the first part of the night, but then we are going to start to slowly but surely clear things out as we go through Monday. I think we start off very cold and cloudy in the teens and 20s early Monday morning, or Tuesday morning rather, but as we go into Tuesday afternoon, we are going to have that area of high pressure building in, so we will start to see more sunshine, but temperatures really are not going to warm up that much. As far as tomorrow afternoon, you can see that high pressure area trying to build in, so that will mean some drier air, but it is certainly still going to be pretty chilly. Here's a live view from our Fox Cam as we check out what's happening just outside of our Fox 26 studios. We have traffic still flowing fairly smoothly outside of our studios, but we have numerous reports of road closures. Lots of accidents have occurred this morning, this afternoon, as those temperatures have been on the chilly side, near and below freezing. Also, as we go through tonight, we're expecting teens to low 20s, so that hard freeze warning is in effect for the area, and that's going to stick around through Wednesday morning through 9 a.m. due to the fact that those temperatures will likely be in the teens and low 20s, not just for tonight, but also for Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Also, a wind chill advisory in place. We've got gusty wind out of the north expected for tonight. Gusts close to 30 miles per hour will mean feels like temps or wind chills close to 0 for some of you as you step out the door in the morning. So remember that you need to protect yourself. Extra layers, make sure your pets are warm, because we certainly have very chilly cold, dangerous cold in the area that will stick around for at least another day or two.
All right, Ramisha, thanks so much for keeping us updated. And we have been talking about staying safe in this winter weather. And joining us now is Houston Fire Department Captain Cedric Robinette. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Caroline Collins here, in case you didn't know. We've seen this weather-related crashes over and over and over again out on our Houston roads. How busy have your crews been today?
Thank you for having me, Caroline. Yes, HFD has been very busy dealing with motor vehicle accidents throughout the city. And we want to encourage citizens to, if you don't have to be on the road, don't be on the roads. The ramps have ice on them. They're very slippery. So we want to encourage everyone to stay off the roads as much as possible. First responders, police and fire, we're going to need those clear roadways to respond to calls. So we appreciate it if you stay off the roads during this time where we experience this winter blast.
People are really going to be trying to stay warm tonight. There's a bunch of different situations. Maybe, you know, your heater's not working, whatever. Can you go over some safety tips on space heaters and fireplaces, the do's and the don'ts?
Absolutely. As we try to stay warm during this winter blast, we want to encourage citizens to do so safely. Okay, so if you have a space heater, you want to make sure that space heater is at least 3 feet away from all combustibles, your curtains, your furniture. You don't want anything close to it so it can catch fire. Also be aware of loose clothing. You don't want loose clothing close to your space heater as well. Do not use your stove or your oven to warm your home. All right. That causes carbon monoxide buildup, and as we know, that's a silent killer. Such as generators. If you decide to use a generator, if you have to use a generator, make sure that generator is at least 20 feet away from your home. It should not be used indoors. That includes your garage. If you think like you have to crack the garage or open a window, that is completely not safe. Make sure that generator is at least 20 feet away from your home, okay? You make the carbon monoxide a silent killer. Some side effects of carbon monoxide is dizziness, headaches, nausea, confusion, blurred vision. If you start experiencing any of those symptoms, please call 911.
And can you explain what can happen if you use your car to warm up in? Because people do this. We've seen it so many times. They get in their car in their closed garage, and it's same thing, like the carbon monoxide effect, the silent killer. What can happen, and what do people need to know about using their car as a place to warm up?
Absolutely. You do not want to use your car inside of your garage. And if you decide to use your car, make sure your car is backed out of your garage, open air, and make sure your house door is not open. Make sure no windows open, because those gases can build up in your home. Like I said, it's a silent killer. You can't smell it, you can't see it, you can't taste it. All you do is start experiencing symptoms, and sometimes carbon monoxide poisoning is fatal. And just lastly, quickly, whenever you start experiencing those symptoms, you get some people get like tired or maybe nauseous feeling. Is that correct? That's absolutely true. You get tired, nauseous. You may feel like you may have to throw up. Some people get confused and blurred visions. Those are all symptoms, early on symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. If you start experiencing those, call 911. Great. And also over on our website, fox26houston.com, we do have a full list of all the warming centers and how to call for help. We've been telling everyone in Harris County, call 311 if you're in need, and just make sure to get yourself to safety. And remember all these tips about space heaters, and you don't use your stove or your oven to warm up, because carbon monoxide can be fatal. We've seen it in storm events like we're having now. So Captain, thanks so much for coming on and sharing those tips with us. I hope you and your crew stay safe tonight. Thank you very much. All right, now let's send it over to Coco Dominguez. She's tracking our traffic right now. I believe that's where we're going. Coco.
Hey, yes, guys. All right, so let's take a look at this map. The good news about this map is there is less traffic. That means people are staying home. The dark is getting people in the house. You can see a lot of green, a lot of yellow, so it's not a lot of traffic. But this is 290 in the east and westbound direction here. Still heavy traffic here on Highway 99 as well. Some movement right here and lots of crashes and lots of icy conditions still northwest Houston, southwest Houston. We will talk about Sugarland. The city of Sugarland has decided to close main lanes in both directions. So that's going to start right here in this area in the southbound direction. I want to show you right here. This is where the purple, they had been attempting to do this for about an hour. So it kind of starts right after the Beltway and goes through Greatwood. If you see the purple right here, it's complete closure, but it's actually in both directions. I do want to take a look now at some cameras and show you around the city so you can take a look. This is 45 North right here at Gears Road. This area is closed, okay? So this was a crash earlier and lots of people kind of figuring out where to go. You're only going to be able to go in one direction because they have moved the traffic. The left interchangeable ramp is completely closed. Remember, ramps and overpasses and bridges are the most dangerous. Let's go on now over to the 45 and Spring Stubner area. This is a 4-vehicle crash. Lots of crashes on the roadways. It looks like it's starting to clear up just a little bit, but this is what you're up against. You can see it's starting to get almost complete darkness, so it will only get worse as the night progresses. Let's go over to I-10 at Katy Freeway. We've been monitoring a hazmat spill. Now, this is at Park 10. I want to show you a couple of different views because this is probably going to be here for a while. A hazmat spill already takes a long time to clear up, and this is the mess and the confusion that it is causing on these icy roadways. They're dangerous, they're icy, it's getting dark out there. All right, now let's check out the Sugarland area because I want to show you where things are starting to kind of calm down. This is at Bissonnette. Not too long ago, there were a lot more people on here. We're going to take this in the southbound direction now over to the Belfort area. So this is where things are still, you can see outbound is looking pretty good, but inbound people are still trying to kind of get off of the roadway. We'll go now to Southwest Freeway and Airport. A little bit more closure happening. We'll go over to Southwest and Williams Trace. Now this is just kind of taking you into the Sugarland area. I do want you to keep in mind the feeder roads are still closed in that direction. So it's going to take you a lot longer to get home if you are headed to the Sugarland area. You see people are already on the ramps. They're on the side of the freeway, on the feeder, and everything's starting to look like ghost town. We'll go even a little further down to Riverbrook, and this is Southwest Freeway as well as we are headed into Sugarland. All main lanes are completely closed in the southbound and inbound direction, so you will have to take the side streets, you'll have to take the feeder road, but it has taken them a while to get this closed. If you can imagine the amount of traffic that was on the roadway. Now we do want to go over to 249 and Jones Road. This area has seen a lot of traffic today, a lot of closures because of traffic lanes and different things. So you see this area right here completely blocked off in the outbound direction, and they are just trying to get things ready as nighttime sets. It gets a little darker and harder to see. And one last look at Louetta. Now this is going to be a southbound at Hazmat. This may be my last look right here, but so much to look at. We've got a lot of information, and just so you are aware, the overpass at Highway 6 and US 90 is also closed. All of our closures are on fox26houston.com. We're going to keep you posted, and once again, this is the main area right here in Southwest Houston that's completely closed at Southwest Freeway. Back to you guys.
Great information, Coco. Thanks so much for keeping us updated. Our coverage continues on The News Edge at 6. I'm Caroline Collins. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Remember, fox26houston.com or download the Fox 26 News app for updates right to your phone. Also, you can download Fox Local to watch us on your smart TV. Thanks so much for sticking with Fox 26. We'll see you in a bit.
You're watching the News Edge Early Edition.
I'd say that the cold temperatures is probably the bigger danger for most people. You know, we're not used to that here. This is not our climate.
I'm asking Houstonians to stay off the roads, cut out non-essential travel.
And if you have to be outside, dressing in layers, making sure that you don't expose yourself to this for too long. It's fatiguing. It's exactly the flip side of being outside in the extreme heat for too long.
You're watching the News Edge Early Edition.
I'd say that the cold temperatures is probably the bigger danger for most people. You know, we're not used to that here. This is not our climate.
I'm asking Houstonians to stay off the roads, cut out non-essential travel.
And if you have to be outside, dressing in layers.
Hey. Whoops. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, because sometimes, like sometimes people.
Exactly. Just walk, and you're standing there most of the time, ready to go.